Hey there guys, welcome to my playthrough of Resident Evil 3 Remake. So I had previously done playthroughs of Claire 1 and Leon 1 from Resident Evil 2 Remake to re-experience how underwhelming that game was. And there was no point to doing Claire 2 and Leon 2 because there's no real difference story-wise between the first scenario and the second scenario. I mean, you do fight G5 Birkin in the second scenario, but it's not really a fight, and you get that additional cutscene, which is stupid. And I already did a separate video related to that. But yeah, so I did those playthroughs to lay out my criticisms towards Resident Evil 2 Remake in a less structured fashion. I'll obviously be doing a retrospective of Resident Evil 2 Remake at some point once I actually finish up my Resident Evil 4 Remake retrospective. Currently, I'm at 428 pages, so I've finished 428 pages of the retrospective so far, and that's out of 532 pages so far, because I'm still like adding stuff. That's why the page number keeps increasing. I'm correcting any mistakes in the Resident Evil 4 Remake retrospective in terms of grammar, stuff like that. That's why it's a lengthy process with my Resident Evil 4 Remake retrospective, but every step of the way I've enjoyed doing this retrospective. It's honestly going to be the most thorough retrospective ever on a title by far. I'm looking at roughly like 25 plus hours with my Resident Evil 4 Remake retrospective, and yeah, that is absolutely insane. But that's just a demonstration of how much Resident Evil matters to me, how much I really despise what they did with Resident Evil 4 Remake, how much they messed up the story, characters, gameplay, the cutscenes, stuff like that. It has been quite the journey, let me tell you. It's been a crowning achievement of mine, and I really hope the final product really demonstrates that. And then once that's done, I plan to do other retrospectives of other Resident Evil games, like Resident Evil 5 and Resident Evil 2 Remake, 3 Remake, and the other Resident Evil games. I might do Resident Evil 5 next because new Capcom might be making Resident Evil 5 Remake, and I guarantee it is going to be shit. It is going to follow the same stupid mistakes that Resident Evil 4 Remake made. It's going to mess up the story, it's going to mess up the characters, it's going to probably turn the Plaga into something fantastical like they do with Resident Evil 4 Remake. Ouroboros is not going to make any sense at all. They already demonstrated with Resident Evil 4 Remake the number of lore discrepancies and how they just went overboard with a lot of the fantasy garbage and other stupid stuff with Resident Evil 4 Remake's lore, and it just clearly demonstrates how the Remake timeline is not canon because of these problems that I've laid out. Like, the number of lore discrepancies with Resident Evil 4 Remake is astounding, and I'm amazed anyone can still call that pre-alpha canon, but I digress. So my intention with this playthrough of Resident Evil 3 Remake is to essentially serve as a growth from how I was during my blind playthrough of Resident Evil 3 Remake initially. Back then, I didn't really have such a strong stance on what it really meant to be a Resident Evil player. I was like Altair from Assassin's Creed 1, where he knows what the tenets of the Assassin's Creed are, but not really the understanding and wisdom to fully comprehend what that means. It's kind of like that. So like back then, I didn't fully appreciate what it meant to be a Resident Evil player, so like certain parts of my commentary in my blind playthrough of Resident Evil 3 Remake, there are parts that haven't aged well. That's one of the main reasons why I'm doing this playthrough of Resident Evil 3 Remake, to demonstrate that growth, because of course, like, I've delved so much into the lore of Resident Evil at this point. I've delved into the story, characters, and gameplay so much with Resident Evil. I have to showcase that with this playthrough of Resident Evil 3 Remake. And also, the way I handled my first playthrough of Resident Evil 3 Remake wasn't very good because it was on the PS4, and Resident Evil 3 Remake had some problems with being recorded properly on PS4 because I would get cuts, because the software and hardware of the PS4 caused problems with recording Resident Evil 3 Remake. But because I'm recording this on PS5, I won't have any of those issues, and so it'll be an update on like the commentary side because it'll at least demonstrate my growth in that area, basically. And also, this playthrough is kind of meant to serve as an appetizer prior to my eventual retrospective of Resident Evil 3 Remake, so I'm hoping to lay out a lot of the criticisms I have towards Resident Evil 3 Remake, and then use that to inform the structure of my retrospective for Resident Evil 3 Remake, basically. That's basically like the main factors that contributed to me doing this playthrough of Resident Evil 3 Remake. And there's also a lot of other tangents I'd like to go on while I'm busy doing this playthrough of Resident Evil 3 Remake, so that's how this is going to go. But without further ado, let's get into Resident Evil 3 Remake. I will be playing on Infernal difficulty, just like what I did with my walkthroughs, and I only ever play on the hardest difficulty because the hardest difficulty showcases the developer's true mindset with how they designed their game. It's where you really understand if the developers truly comprehended their own designs with the way they designed certain parts of Resident Evil 3 Remake mechanically. So yeah, that's how that will work, among other reasons, but let's get into this. But yeah, as you can see, this is the PS5 version because the load times are incredibly fast. I didn't even have a chance to read what was on that loading screen. I just skipped directly to here. Now, the thing is that it's kind of hard for me to lay out the comparison between Resident Evil 3 OG and Resident Evil 3 Remake because I'm not as familiar with what the lore in Resident Evil 3 OG was like and certain character moments and stuff like that. And because I can't record Resident Evil 3 OG because I don't have the software necessary to do so, and Resident Evil 3 OG hasn't been released on PS5 yet, and I'm hoping they're going to release Resident Evil 2 OG and Resident Evil 3 OG on PS5 because they released Resident Evil Director's Cut, which I've been playing alongside doing my retrospective of Resident Evil 4 Remake. But because I don't have like any recordings of Resident Evil 3 OG to go to properly compare to Resident Evil 3 Remake, that's why my comparisons are not going to be as strong. So I think for the most part, criticizing Resident Evil 3 Remake for what it is, not so much with its comparisons to the OG. I mean, there are some aspects I can compare to, but I'll talk about those when I get the chance. So interesting how this entire introduction was shot in live action. I mean, I don't think this is live action. I think this is using the photorealistic technology that they introduced in Resident Evil 7 because I recall that in the Daughters DLC for Resident Evil 7, they had that seemingly live action moment with the news report, and I assume that was all just photorealistic technology, not shot live. So yeah, that was pretty cool in Resident Evil 7. So they're doing something similar here. I mean, I don't recall what they show here in Resident Evil 3 Remake because I haven't watched the cutscenes in a long time. I know they show Nemesis, I believe, and I think they're showing the Outbreak because I know at the start of Resident Evil 3 OG, it's kind of at the beginning of the Outbreak, I assume, or is it like somewhere in the middle? Because the thing that's kind of confusing, and it's confusing because I haven't played Resident Evil 3 OG and looked back at footage, it's that the Raccoon City incident lasted for at least a week. I believe the Raccoon City incident started around September 23rd, right? So let me check this real quick. I know I talked about this with the Resident Evil podcast team because I was a bit confused. Yeah, so the Raccoon City incident went from September 23rd to October 1st, and I believe at the start of Resident Evil 3 OG, Jill mentions it's September 28th or September 29th, like after she does that little introduction where she's escaping the burning hotel and getting past the zombies. I don't recall what the date was, or was it September 30th? I don't recall. I wasn't aware until like June 4th, 2024 that the Raccoon City incident lasted for at least a week, and based on that alone, there are problems with Resident Evil 2 Remake already, because at the start of Resident Evil 2 Remake, you have that sheriff responding to some crime. And why would he be doing that when the Raccoon City incident has been happening for like a couple days now? Because I believe it was September 29th, I believe, that Resident Evil 2 Remake takes place. I mean, they say September 30th and Resident Evil 4 Remake, but I think what happens is it starts off at September 29th, but then at a certain point in the game, it gets to midnight, so therefore it's September 30th. That's how that worked in Resident Evil 2 OG. But yeah, why was that police officer responding to some disturbance when the Raccoon City incident was happening for days now? Like, that's really confusing. How was he not aware that there were zombies around? How did those zombies even get to the gas station that was so far outside of Raccoon City? That's just odd. How did the U.S. military, because like they had the UBCS, the U.S. military, and that private company that Dylan Blake worked for. Dylan Blake is the main antagonist of Resident Evil Death Island. I mean, they were all managing the barricades. I know the director of Resident Evil 3 OG mentioned that the barricades were lessened over time, and so like some of them were removed, which is how Leon and Claire managed to get to Raccoon City and somehow not encounter any barricades or anything like that. The reason why the Raccoon City incident took place from September 23rd to October 1st, and it went on for a long time, is because Oswald E. Spencer used his political influences to trick the public into thinking that the UBCS was handling the outbreak nicely, and he managed to doctor footage and make it where BOWs weren't being shown and the UBCS were seemingly rescuing civilians without any incident. So that's how he was keeping it under wraps, and the reason why he did this was to give his unit more time to get the G virus. That's the main reason why. But then I remember in Resident Evil 2 OG, I mean, the way the outbreak of the T virus began was because Birkin injected himself with the G virus and he slaughtered the unit except for Hunk, and then the rats spread the virus throughout the city. And I believe there were some minor outbreaks before September 23rd, or was it like minor outbreaks after September 23rd, and then like the major incident we see in Resident Evil 3 OG was like September 28th. I'm a bit confused with how the passage of time is. I haven't examined that part of the timeline that well because the Raccoon City timeline isn't the most interesting aspect to Resident Evil in my opinion, because I like the events of the Resident Evil games post Raccoon City more so than during Raccoon City, or like before that point. So I know that kind of information, but I don't recall when this takes place. No. This is September 28th. It has to be because, I mean, I don't know. It's either September 28th or September 29th that this is taking place. I'm not sure. I believe Resident Evil 2 OG takes place like the day after Resident Evil 3 OG's introduction. I think that's how it is. Because you go to those different locations that Claire and Leon go to. Yeah, it's a lot to discuss.
This pandemic has spread faster than any disease in modern history.
Okay, so they know about this pandemic, so they're reporting the news, so the public is well aware of this. That's odd, though, because why would they show it like this? Because in the canon timeline, people weren't aware of what exactly happened in Raccoon City. They weren't aware of any bioweapons or any BOWs that existed. Because I remember in Resident Evil Revelations, there's a newspaper that you can get in Chapter 1-2 when you're on the beach, and it mentions that in 2004, with the Terra Grigia incident, that was the first time the public was made aware of the existence of BOWs. The Terra Grigia panic was a keystone incident that allowed the public to understand the existence of BOWs. So the fact that they're reporting this is odd, because it's almost like Spencer didn't doctor the footage or use his political influences to keep this under wraps. And I know in Resident Evil Degeneration, there is that news report where after the US government launched the thermobaric missile, and it was a thermobaric missile, it wasn't a nuclear missile like a lot of fake Resident Evil players believe. It was a thermobaric missile, it was incendiary in nature, and they did that so that the virus wouldn't mutate, and also that the surrounding radiation wouldn't spread out to surrounding towns or anything like that, basically. And also a nuclear strike wasn't used so that they wouldn't violate the Geneva Convention. That's the main thing you gotta realize right there. It was an experimental thermobaric missile, because we've obviously never really heard of thermobaric missiles in our world. It's this was purely experimental, but that missile was made to contain the outbreak of the T-virus in Raccoon City, and it was also used to cover up any sort of affiliation the United States had with Umbrella, because we know that the United States was a major contributor to the production of BOWs. They were Umbrella's first customers, basically. The US military was the first customer, and we know that Birkin had unauthorized contact with the US military while he was under the employ of Umbrella. I don't know the exact reasons Birkin decided to betray Umbrella. I think those reasons are talked about in Resident Evil 0 and Resident Evil 2 OG, so I'm a bit unsure about that. Getting back on track, this news report is just kind of odd, and they're talking about the pandemic. It's the public knows this is here, and if they know this is here, why does that sheriff go to that gas station to investigate an assault? He's not aware of zombies somehow. Did he not watch the news? What's up with that? This is breaking news, so this should be on all channels, right? So was that the US military, or was that a private military company that Umbrella hired? Is that supposed to be the private military company that Dylan Blake worked for, or is that the UBCS?
Authorities are bracing for more rioting tonight.
So there's riots happening, and this is related to the pandemic. Are these people trying to leave, but they can't because the barricades are blocking them off? Is that why? Yeah, I think that's why, actually, yeah. Because I recall in Resident Evil Death Island, the supervising commander that was in control of Dylan Blake's unit, he said this: "We're almost at Raccoon City, so listen up. The city's on lockdown. Orders are to assist in the evacuation of Umbrella Corp execs and government officials only. No civilians. Repeat, no civilians." And then Dylan's friend says this: "What if they try to get past us?" To which the commander says, "You're cleared to shoot to kill." So they were in charge of riot suppression, basically, when the people were trying to leave. And what's interesting about that line in Resident Evil Death Island, where he says orders are to assist in the evacuation of Umbrella Corp execs and government officials only, is that the Umbrella Corp execs and government officials are mentioned in Resident Evil 1 OG, and I only realized this when I was playing the director's cut, because there's a file that talks about the heliport, and it mentions something about the Umbrella Corp execs and government officials. So that's one neat detail I can appreciate about Resident Evil Death Island, even if Resident Evil Death Island is the weakest of the animated films, and there's a lot of problems with that particular movie, just like with Infinite Darkness. But that little detail is nice. I haven't discussed this with the Resident Evil podcast team, and I really feel like I should do so, just to clarify this. and just hear their thoughts on this connection between Resident Evil 1 OG and Resident Evil Death Island.
He was knocked unconscious.
A citywide emergency has been declared.
CDC is quarantined.
Who is this guy? Is this guy a member of, like, the FBI? Is he, like, a president? Like, I've never seen this guy before in any of the cutscenes in the original games.
In the lower Midwestern region
Officials
of the
can't
U.S.
say.
There's the Umbrella Hospital, I think?
Commitment, honesty, integrity.
Commitment, honesty, and integrity. I don't think that's what the core values of Umbrella was. Because I recall in Resident Evil 0, Marcus laid out the core values. I believe it was obedience and unity and some other thing. I don't recall.
These are the core values that create the foundation for Umbrella.
Interesting how they're still calling themselves Umbrella Corporation. Because we know in Resident Evil Umbrella Corps, the rival organization that Wesker previously worked for during the events of Resident Evil 1 OG to Resident Evil 4 OG, Wesker was planning to take control of them, and he would reform them into Blue Umbrella to ignite the fuse on bioterror warfare, and his private military company would focus on not only the development of BOWs, but also the development of anti-BOW suppression, and the essence of this seemingly contradictory research was to mitigate the contradiction. He needed his Blue Umbrella to be like the major powerhouse, because of course in the Resident Evil timeline, the United States is practically a kleptocracy, and these major corporations have so much power compared to the government. Like what I mentioned before with Spencer's political influences, Wesker's political influences, they have individuals inside of the government right now. They're the ones that are pulling the strings, basically. That committee that Derek C. Simmons was a part of, and I mean, Derek C. Simmons wasn't a part of Umbrella, he was a part of the family, but we know, like, with Derek C. Simmons and Senator Ron Davis from Resident Evil Degeneration, they were part of the committee that bombed Raccoon City, and I don't know if they actually maintained contact with Umbrella. I mean, like, I know Derek C. Simmons wanted to ensure the United States government wouldn't be prosecuted for having ties with Umbrella, because he needed the United States to be at the top of the global order. Because if the United States is in power, this ensures the country maintains stability. Power over the world is what the family was trying to do, and that's what Derek C. Simmons was focusing on. I know that. Getting back on track, Umbrella Corporation was revived in 2007 when all the stuff related to the Chapter 11 reorganization came through, and Wesker was the anonymous debtor who was cutting through the red tape with his money. And I believe he used the money he gained from selling vectors like the T-Virus, T-Veronica virus, and the Plagas. He used that money to fund the reorganization effort to create Blue Umbrella. That is really cool. So that justifies why he would go to Amparo in 2002 and bargain with Javier to get a significant slice of his empire in a large sum of money when he sold the T. Veronica virus to Javier. That actually makes a lot of sense with why Wesker would be selling these BOWs, and also for using other BOWs for his own private research. But it was through Wesker's actions and also the efforts of employees who wanted to pay for the crimes the original Umbrella committed, which is why they had good intentions of reforming Umbrella, but Wesker twisted those intentions secretly in order to revive his company. But then, of course, we know that Wesker had these subliminal imprints imprinted onto him by Oswald E. Spencer to seek him out, and at a certain point these imprints started to create a nagging anxiety, and he tried to seek out Spencer, and he drained a lot of the rival company's money when he was trying to search for Spencer, and it was only when Spencer wanted to be found that Wesker would find him. And through his talk with Wesker in 2006 and understanding his origins, this led to new revelations, and he adopted Spencer's beliefs on the right to become a god, and so therefore he had no need for Blue Umbrella anymore. So, like, the rival company that would become Blue Umbrella was left disorganized. They had no money. They didn't have a leader because Wesker was presumed dead in 2006, but we know he faked his death because he was secretly trying to do research on Ouroboros, and he also allied himself with Tricell entirely because we know he had contact with Tricell in 2004, and Tricell was a big company growing from 2005 all the way to 2009, because we know, like, they appeared at the end of Resident Evil Degeneration. They appeared in Resident Evil Infinite Darkness. and they also appeared in Resident Evil 5. Yeah, so that's how that was working, and so he used Tricell to aid in his research on Ouroboros to eventually destroy the world, while Blue Umbrella was still in the middle of recovering from all of that. But we know they're active in 2017, and they're still active in 2021. It's a lot of very interesting lore regarding Umbrella's revival. Like, they talked about Umbrella's revival in Resident Evil 4 OG, and they followed up on that in Resident Evil 7, which is really cool.
It's this foundation that will continue to build a brighter future.
Now, Dr. Matt Gorkis, is he a character referenced in the original canon timeline? Or is he just a random doctor in this remake timeline? Not really sure.
For all of us.
So this is the creation of Nemesis, and I'm not familiar with how Nemesis was actually made. I know in like Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City, in the title menu, there's like an embryo, and I believe that's supposed to be Nemesis, or is that not true at all? Because I know Operation Raccoon City is not canon, but I think it retains some details from the canon timeline related to like little stuff like that. I'm not really sure, because we know like Umbrella had the TO2 Tyrant being developed in Resident Evil 1 Remake, and then also they had Proto Tyrant in Resident Evil 0. So he's kind of the iteration before the T002 Tyrant in Resident Evil 1 Remake, and then you had the T003 Tyrant in Resident Evil 2 OG. And I'm not too sure what series Nemesis is. He's like a very different kind of Tyrant entirely, it seems. Or is he actually considered a Tyrant? Or is he something else entirely? And it's also interesting how when you factor in Resident Evil The Umbrella Chronicles and the Ivans, which were those other Tyrant models that were already active before the T002 Tyrant, it's interesting that they had control of that particular Tyrant, but they still had to make Nemesis, though. Like, is Nemesis more intelligent than the Ivan? I don't think so, because in the boss fight that Wesker has with those two Ivans, they were capable of handling missile launchers, and they could jump really high as well. I mean, I talked with the Resident Evil podcast team about this regarding the Ivans, and this is what they said. When the T002 was deemed viable during its early development, it was cloned and its embryo transferred off-site to Birkin's lab. This clone was used to spearhead a number of proposed Tyrant variants similar to the Hunter program. One proposal was the T103... Oh, okay, I'm sorry. You have the T001 Tyrant, which is Proto Tyrant. You have the T002 Tyrant, which is the one that Chris and Jill fought in Resident Evil 1 Remake. And then you have the T103 Tyrant, which was the one that Leon and Claire fought in Resident Evil 2 OG, as they were saying. So one proposal was the T103 series, and a single proof-of-concept prototype was created, which became Ivan and was assigned to Sergei. Once this was a success, a decision was made to scrap the T002 Tyrant because it was no longer needed. This is why when you find the mail to Chief of Security file, there are orders to dispose of the Tyrant. And this was actually mentioned in Resident Evil The Umbrella Chronicles as well. However, before the T002 was to be scrapped, Umbrella execs wanted it to perform a live combat test so its data could be applied to future Tyrant models to refine their control systems and ability to follow orders. And I assume this is a different kind of control system to the way the Ivans were controlled, basically. So this battle test was put on hold following the biohazard at Arclay, so the events of the mansion incident, basically. And as the crisis grew, the plan was refined to have stars engage the creature instead. Wesker would unleash it against his team and record its combat data. The Tyrant combat data was downloaded to UMF-013 via the Red Queen just before the mansion blew up, and this helped improve and refine what eventually became the full T-103 mass-produced Tyrant system. So that's how that works, basically. That's what they said. That's how the lore goes with that. So this combat data recorded by the Red Queen AI was used to refine the control system of the T-103 before it entered mass production, which later took place on China Island. And this is referencing the events of Resident Evil Survivor. So T-103s are all clones based off the successful subject used for the T-001 and then the T-002. This is why, discounting Remake 2, they all look the same. So that's basically how it is. I didn't ask the question of why Nemesis Nemesis was being made. I need to ask that question at some point. But like, if the Ivans were around, why would they need to make Nemesis? Unless Nemesis is a lot smarter than we actually think he is, and more versatile. I mean, he does have the ability to mutate a lot. I mean, I know the Ivans, they have the limiter coats on, but I don't think you fight them without their limiter coats. Because we know they have those limiter coats on to prevent their viral mutations from running rampant and making them harder to control, which is why, like, when you see the Tyrant, like when you see Mr. X lose his limiter coat, he mutates, and he has like the claws, and he's much larger as well. It's the same in Resident Evil Damnation as well, because the T-103 Tyrants returned in Resident Evil Damnation, and that's definitely the best T-103 design I've ever seen in an animated film. Like, they really captured the essence of the T-103 Tyrant nicely in Resident Evil Damnation. Hard to believe I've spent so much of this introduction talking about lore. It's awesome. So UC. I'm not familiar with a lot of the divisions Umbrella has. I know there's like the USS, the UBCS, and something else. So I asked this question to the Resident Evil podcast team regarding Dylan's status. So they mentioned that Dylan is part of a private military company hired by Umbrella to assist with quarantining the town at the start of the outbreak. So Dylan was not USS or UBCS, basically. So like, Umbrella did hire out some secondary private military companies that are not affiliated with Umbrella when they were trying to handle the spread of the outbreak. I will say, this introduction is lame compared to Resident Evil 3 OG. The whole scene where they're showing the civilians being under attack, and the outbreak is happening, and then the police officers are dying. It's a very high-octane introduction. And it's sad, for me personally, just to see those police officers fight the zombies valiantly, but they get overwhelmed, and it's heartbreaking. That was a pretty heartbreaking moment for me, just with the way they handled the screenplay and the music for the introduction when they were showing the police officers fighting the zombies in vain. But yeah, it all went to hell, basically, with the UBCS losing control, and they couldn't fight back against the BOWs and save any civilians. I don't know the true reason the UBCS were sent in, because I know, like, in Resident Evil 3 OG, Nikolai is he called a supervisor? Because there's multiple supervisors. I don't know the exact role that they do. I believe they oversee a lot of the stuff that is happening out in the field, and I think they're recording combat data. This is vaguely alluded to in Resident Evil 3 Remake later on, when you fight Nemesis in that lab. Because Nikolai is mockingly telling Jill to go down there and fight the Nemesis so that he can collect the combat data. They don't do a good job with the way they portrayed Nikolai in this game. Nikolai's a really bad character with the way he's portrayed. I'll talk more about this later on. Yep, that was Nemesis right there. They don't even use the term BOW on that crate. I mean, Umbrella founded that term. The term BOW was a term they made in Resident Evil 1 OG, and they're still referring to these BOWs as bioweapons, and bioweapons is such a general term. It doesn't just apply to BOWs, it can apply to, like, chemical weaponry, for instance. I'm okay with them, like, occasionally switching between BOW and bioweapon, but when they're just not trying to say BOW at all, it just doesn't feel right to me at all, because it's almost like New Capcom is trying to distance themselves from their own lore, or from what Resident Evil is. Which is why we haven't heard the term BOW since 2017. And I'm well aware that Resident Evil Infinite Darkness uses the term, but only twice, so it's not really applicable. It's like they just did it because the actress randomly remembered the term and just accidentally said bioorganic weapons. But then after that, they just kept on saying bioweapon. But yeah, we wake up in Jill's apartment. Yeah, this is a nightmare, actually. Yeah, I remember. I still question if they're going to eventually remake Resident Evil 1 Remake, because, I mean, like, the events of Resident Evil 1 Remake don't exactly have much of a leg to stand on with the Remake timeline. It's odd. because without really understanding what happened in the mansion incident in the Remake timeline, it's kind of hard to rationalize the events like this in Resident Evil 3 Remake. It's also going to be odd to use the left analog stick again, because of course R1 is your dodge button, and I much prefer having R1 be the sprint button, thanks to Resident Evil 4 Remake. Well, what is that? Is that a parasite? Is that the NA-alpha parasite? It can't be. Why would she have that? Or is that supposed to be a picture of the virus? Like, because it's like that, with the flagella and... Like, the flagella? Is that what the term is? Is that the original photo, or is that the remake photo of the STARS unit? Oh, she knows Annette Birkin! I did not see this in my first blind playthrough of Resident Evil 3 Remake, because again, I was very inexperienced with how to handle playthroughs or in blind playthroughs back then. I didn't even pause the games during the cutscenes, which was really stupid of me to do so. Why did I never try to pause the cutscenes in order to speak? I was really dumb back then. Yeah, I'm so glad I'm doing this playthrough. It's sort of like an updated version of the blind playthrough. But where exactly did Jill get these pictures from? Is that Brian Irons? The chief? Huh. Yeah, there's all this stuff I've never seen before in my original blind playthrough, because I was, again, really bad at handling that. I know a lot of people criticize Jill's character in Resident Evil 3 Remake. I didn't have a problem with it initially, but that's because I just kind of just went with it. Because I don't really find Jill to be that interesting of a character, honestly. I had a problem with her in Resident Evil Death Island because it's after the events of Resident Evil 5, and Jill was like a great character in Resident Evil Revelations and Resident Evil 5. But then with the way she's acting in Resident Evil 3 Remake, it just feels like she just went backwards with her character development. Well, she's using the F word a lot, and she's talking like how she was in Resident Evil 3 Remake. It's off-putting, and she looks exactly like how she was in Resident Evil 3 Remake, and it's odd. And I know, like, the developers came up with the whole reason of, oh, it was the fact that she was infected with the T-virus, and she developed the antibodies. I know originally in, like, the lore of Resident Evil 5, Jill still had trace amounts of the T-virus within her, which is actually a real thing. I mean, what do you think, like, shingles is? Or, yeah, like, where, like, the virus hides in the nerve endings in your hands, for instance. Or, I think they can also hide in other parts of the body as well. But the virus can lie dormant. Like, viruses like that are able to lay dormant and hide in nerve endings, so it makes sense why, like, Sherry Birkin would still have trace amounts of the G virus within her, and Jill would, like, previously have, like, trace amounts of the T virus within her. But I believe when Wesker was experimenting on her post-2006, the T virus disappeared and she was left with the antibodies. Like, I think the T virus disappeared when she was under cryogenic suspension, when Wesker put her in that state. I think that's what the lore was in Resident Evil 5. Basically, like, I totally understand now why people hate Jill's character in the Remake timeline. And, like, based off the vague memories I have of Jill in Resident Evil 3 OG, there are definitely some moments that are pretty standout and far more interesting compared to what they did with Resident Evil 3 Remake. Yeah, some of these locations are referenced in the game. At least I can call this a game compared to Resident Evil 4 Remake as a pre-alpha. And I was replaying the bosses in Resident Evil 3 Remake, and they're really good compared to the bosses in Resident Evil 4 Remake. And the dodge system on Resident Evil 3 Remake is miles better than the dodge system in Resident Evil 3 OG. The dodge system in Resident Evil 3 OG is one of the worst dodges ever, but it's better than the dodge system in Resident Evil Revelations. By a mile, Resident Evil 3 OG's dodge is much better than Resident Evil Revelations dodge. But even then, I mean, the times when the enemies could hit you while you're dodging in Resident Evil 3 OG, if you weren't doing the push animation that you normally do against the zombies, it was so stupid. Like, I don't understand how you release a game with a broken dodge system like that. So this kind of stuff happens in dreams all the time with nightmares. The mechanism for why dreams are programmed like this, like why the mind draws out these negative experiences like this, is very odd. Like, I've had some weird dreams before, let me tell you. I've had dreams where I've been pushed down by a duplicate of myself. I've had dreams where, like, home addresses are wrong. I've actually had dreams where certain video game characters are in my dreams, and I believe I'm actually playing new levels to games somehow. Like, I remember having a dream about the Evil Within and playing a section that is actually not in the Evil Within. It's so odd how it works. The mind is such a complex mechanism, far more complex than anything in rocket science. But it was definitely a bold move of new Capcom to shoot this entire moment in first person. I do wonder how she's having these particular experiences if she's never really seen a zombie transform. Like, there was never a moment in Resident Evil 1 Remake where, like, Jill saw a person literally transform from a normal individual into a zombie. They were all already turned into zombies by the time she got to the mansion. Of course, that's assuming Jill's campaign is even canon. I'm pretty sure Chris's campaign from Resident Evil 1 Remake is the canon one, because how else would Wesker be able to foster such a hatred for Chris if Chris didn't go through what he just went through in the mansion incident and he was the one that took down the Tyrant? That actually makes more sense as a build-up towards Resident Evil Code Veronica X and Resident Evil 5 if Chris was the one going through everything in Resident Evil 1 Remake and Jill was the one in prison. It is also odd that they try to put this scene in when Jill isn't exactly going to express a lot of trauma throughout this game. But technically you do, like, laugh off these dreams and nightmares very easily a lot of the times. Wow, did that really just say worst month of my life? Jill actually wrote that?
It gets worse every night. 3 more days, then I can kiss this town goodbye.
So I recall in the canon timeline, Jill was eventually going to rendezvous with Chris. I mean, I don't remember the exact reason she stays. That's the part I'm a bit confused about as well. Like I said, a lot of parts of Resident Evil 3 OG's lore I'm not familiar with, because I don't have the means to record Resident Evil 3 OG and therefore look back at scenes properly and hear my own commentary and edit the scenes into something that makes sense.
Too many pills.
Jill's report. Yeah, I remember reading this. September 26th. Okay. I'm pretty sure it was 2 months. It was 2 months between the events of, Yeah, it was. Because the events of Resident Evil 1 take place in July 24th of 1998, and then 2 months pass and it's September. Like, September 23rd all the way to October 1st. So September 26th, 1998. It's already been 2 months since that mess with Umbrella. Thanks to the suspension, investigations haven't progressed exactly as I'd hoped. Odd how she says mess with Umbrella instead of just saying the mansion incident. Why doesn't she reference the mansion incident? It's these kind of subtleties that I don't understand why New Capcom favors. Like, why are they trying to distance themselves from Resident Evil 1, for instance, with this remake timeline? It's odd. Perhaps this written record of what I've found will prove to be my final duty as a STARS officer. I can only hope that it helps lead to the truth. The T-Virus. Yeah, so she likely read files related to the T-Virus in the mansion, which is why this is here. Those infected by this virus seem to become literal zombies. It appears to be communicable via several different avenues outlined below. Okay, so she might have seen video footage of someone being turned into a zombie when she was at the mansion incident. Maybe it's like that. Which is why she's able to then have that nightmare about her being turned into a zombie. Bite from an infected individual, allowing the mixing of bodily fluids. You know, the whole part with the biting is actually interesting because one thing I actually learned about the C-Virus in Resident Evil 6 is that the C-Virus isn't transferred via bites, so getting bitten by a zombie doesn't actually transfer the virus. The virus is transferred via gas, and it's also transferred via injections. I don't know how exactly that process works, where a virus cannot be transmitted through saliva in bites, but it can be transferred in gaseous form and via injections. That kind of stuff is very interesting about the C-Virus. I had no idea that was actually the case. Contact with crows. So they mentioned crows here. You fight crows in the mansion incident. I mean, you don't fight crows in Resident Evil 3 Remake. So interesting that they mentioned the crows here. I mean, I'm not entirely sure what the logic is. If they were going to be vague about the whole mess with Umbrella rather than saying, like, the mansion incident, I'm surprised they mentioned crows here. Due to the strength of the virus, airborne infection cannot be discounted. Yeah, and to our knowledge, we've never really seen the T-virus be deployed in a gaseous form. It should be noted that those who survived the incident have not yet developed symptoms. It's unclear whether this is because the virus has a long incubation period, or because we just happen to be resistant to the infection. We ought to remain vigilant even after this investigation period ends. As for me, aside from my minor difficulty sleeping, I seem to be in fine shape. Still, I shouldn't get too hopeful. After all, this could just be an extended incubation. It's interesting how she mentions like the long incubation period, because I would assume during the mansion incident, she would have read files indicating like the individuals being normal, like when exactly the individuals were acting normal and when exactly the outbreak occurred. The viral leak that occurred in the Arclay research facility, in like the training facility, and also with the mansion incident, and the Queen Leech, which adopted the memories of James Marcus, was responsible for the outbreak that occurred at the training facility in Resident Evil 0, and I think it was also the one that caused the viral accident in Resident Evil 1 Remake. Or was that due to something else? Like, was that just like, was there a secondary factor involved? But like, it's interesting that she talks about a long incubation period when I believe the period of time between a person being infected by the T-virus and actually becoming zombies was a very short period in Resident Evil 1 Remake. Investigation notes. Umbrella Pharmaceuticals Company, industry leader in market share, focuses on military weapons development while maintaining cover as a pharmaceutical company, also secretly developing BOWs. Again, why they say bioweapons instead of BOWs, it really bothers me. T-virus. Oh no, they do talk about it here. Yeah, the mansion incident. Okay, my fault. So I spoke too soon right there. The T-virus outbreak at Arclay Mountains Research Facility predicated the mansion incident. Conspiring with Raccoon City leadership, large donations to Mayor Warren's office effectively controls the city. Yeah, as Ada pointed out with like corporate America, Umbrella's controlled Raccoon City for years. That's what she said in Resident Evil 2 Remake. And Mayor Warren was an elected official that had ties to Umbrella, and he had his own power company, I believe, in Resident Evil 3 OG. That's showing up on the news. I'm confused. If that's on the news, then Jill should be well aware the outbreak started, right? Why is she still just sleeping and acting like everything's normal? That's odd. That's a really odd screenplay. I really hate the way they phrase these lines. Hey, hotshot, how you holding up? Why do they talk like riffraff or like gang members, hotshots, stuff like that? Why do they talk so weirdly? It's so weird. That was a problem I had with the way they portrayed Brad in Resident Evil 3 Remake. I mean, the way he was talking when you first meet him, it's just so weird. It's like Arclay on steroids. Like, why does he talk like that? It's so weird. And that kind of problem was in Resident Evil 2 Remake and Resident Evil 4 Remake. Like, why are they trying to make their characters so cringe and so corny and so weird? Is it just for random giggles from casual audiences? I don't understand the reasoning for that. Hey, Hotshot, how you holding up? I still can't believe Iron suspended you. It's such bullshit. He ought to pin a medal on you for making out at hellhole back in July. Of course, you're going to poke around and ask questions about it. I hope you're not mad at me for keeping my head down. Everything's been happening so fast. Stars was the pride of the force. When the chief disbanded us out of nowhere, I thought for sure I was going to lose my job. Word has it you're planning to leave Raccoon City. I figured you wouldn't take the suspension lying down. Just promise to watch your back. Umbrella won't sit by while you try to dismantle their business. Take care, Jills. Brad Vickers, Stars Alpha Team now and forever. Had to slip this message to the pizza guy to avoid detection. Enjoy the extra large Mega Meat Supreme. It's on me and the guys. Unsealed envelope. They got me pinned down at home. Guys across the street are watching me from their window 24/7. Are they Irons as men? Umbrellas? I don't know, and there's no real difference anyway. I know what they're trying to do. They want to wear me down, torment me into compliance, and it's working. I'm barely eating, barely sleeping. I'm going crazy. I feel like the living dead. But I won't let them win. I have to get out of the city and find a way to make them accountable. They'll send someone to silence me, of course. If you hear that I've been killed, or whatever it is they do to people like me, you must pick up the investigation where I left off. I've enclosed my files. They'll tell you everything you need to know, as long as this package isn't intercepted. I'll be out at night, 5 days. Wish me luck. Hope your water bills don't go up, if you left the sink running for that long. Okay, so she was, well aware of what she was experiencing. I mean, I've had that same feeling before, where I remember my dreams and nightmares. It's sporadic with whether you remember your dreams or nightmares or not. So this is on September 28th. Okay. So before I get into this, I remember in Under the Mayo's review, he said it was a really bad design to just have Nemesis suddenly appear out of nowhere. I don't see what the problem with that is. It's a surprise for the player. You'd expect to find Nemesis in like the later parts, but he comes here and it's interesting like that. I mean, I don't understand what the problem is. And speaking of which, that video I did reacting to Under the Mayo's review, I privated it because of the amount of toxicity it's attracted, and also because with where I am right now, reaction videos aren't the proper way of actually criticizing someone else's content. And I do admit, there were definitely some moments where I was a bit too into the role of putting down Under the Mayo's review of Resident Evil 3 Remake. I mean, it's still a bad review. I mean, there are some parts that are valid. I do agree with those parts. But a lot of the stuff related to the gameplay and with the way they handled Nemesis, I mean, it's just so easy to disagree with Under the Mayo with the way he was phrasing it. And then the way he talked about Jill, I mean, if he talked about Jill without having to say, oh, she's a strong woman, oh, like, oh, it's just weird how she went from being so sweet, like his girl or something like that. He said something of that matter, like his girl, to now becoming like this badass character like this who seems very cold and the like. I mean, just the way he phrased that, it was just badly done. I mean, I don't understand why any reviewer would be so political like that when you should be focusing on criticizing the way Jill is compared to Resident Evil 3 OG. I don't mean like when I say compared to Resident Evil 3 OG, not in like the political sense, but like how like certain scenes in Resident Evil 3 OG better highlight Jill's actual character logically compared to how she is in Resident Evil 3 Remake. During that reaction video, I didn't have a problem with Jill. I understand that now, but like with where I am right now, I understand that there are problems with Jill, but I'm not going to judge it based on something as political or as really stupid as like, and just talk about like from the context of what it means to be a woman. I mean, what was he talking about with that? Like, Under the Mayo can make a great video, like his critique of the of Aliens, the director's cut. That's probably his best video, and I agreed with so much of what he was saying there. But when it comes to Resident Evil, like everything he says is just so wrong, and the fact that he's practically the embodiment of where the Resident Evil community is at this point in time. This is why I'm so harsh towards him, and harsh to all other fake Resident Evil players, like the ones who don't understand the lore, who don't understand the characters, and who judge these games based on the most stupid aspects possible. That's why I was so harsh in that video. I mean, if it came across like I was just rambling like an idiot, I apologize, but that's just how it was. And again, I was into the role, so like I'm not doing those kind of reaction videos anymore. I'm instead going to just focus on my retrospectives and occasionally reference his reviews or whatever, like stuff like that, to better lay out my criticisms in a more formal manner, while still maintaining a bit of the informal manner as well. You know, like the stuff I've talked about in Resident Evil 4 Remake. That's the manner I'm talking about with the way I've handled my Resident Evil Village retrospective, my Shadows Rose retrospective, and my Resident Evil 4 Remake retrospective. That's the kind of mantra, belief system, and personality you have to maintain when you're critiquing these titles. But not like what I was doing with the reaction videos, or like what Under the Mayo was doing. I mean, there's a lot I need to talk about in relation to that.
All right, I'm coming. Hello?
Jill, are you okay?
Brad, is that you?
Listen, you gotta get out of there.
What are you talking about?
I don't have time to explain. You gotta get out of there right now.
All right,
Yeah, so he goes from screaming like this to just being like, it's like Arklay on steroids. And he's just making these joking remarks. It's such a bizarre transition in that sense.
let me grab my...
But yeah, this part where Nemesis comes in, I don't see what the problem is. It was quite a surprise in my blind playthrough. It's something you're not expecting. It's an interesting idea, and we already know like Nemesis exists based on that introduction. And also, if you played Resident Evil 3 OG, you've understood that Nemesis is a significant figure in Resident Evil 3 OG. So why is it so wrong that he comes here? Like I don't understand how this ruins any sense of horror. It makes no sense. Like I don't understand Under the Mayo's reasoning regarding that. I'm amazed he didn't break through that door in one hit. And I remember Under the Mayo criticized this. I don't know why all of a sudden he just criticized this. Just because Nemesis being unable to break through the bookshelf is not represented in the gameplay doesn't mean this is how it actually happened. Obviously, Jill would just like run out of the apartment like this. Like the way it's presented to our eyes is not exactly how it plays out in Jill's eyes. Just because we're able to wait in the room like this and Nemesis is stopped does not mean like, oh, Nemesis is just stopped by the bookshelf so easily. Like I don't get it. Just because I'm able to do this does not mean this is like bad pacing or anything. It's just a weird thing to criticize.
What the hell?
Sigourney, is that meant to be a reference to Sigourney Weaver? What does she have to do with Resident Evil?
No way.
Like again, like how was Jill not aware of this if the TV was on? That's odd. Too bad she didn't have time to take her weapons with her. But I do agree that this whole introduction is pretty dumb in the sense that it's just fake gameplay, basically. You're doing a lot of, like, running moments and walking moments and, like, a fake encounter. I mean, this should have all been regulated to a cutscene, like a really cool cutscene. Like, similar to the introductions you'd get in, like, Resident Evil 2 OG and Resident Evil 3 OG. With those cinematic cutscenes. Like, it immediately transitions to Jill, like, rolling outside of her apartment in Resident Evil 3 OG, and so you're in the gameplay immediately. But here, you just have to waste time doing stuff like this. Like, that's the part I can agree with Under the Mayo. That's one of the parts I can agree with. I mean, this whole moment should have been reserved for, like, a cutscene, but then again, because you can already make a save after this whole moment, it's not really that big of a deal, because like I can just go through this anytime I just want to go through it, and if I don't want to go through this, I can just make a save after this. I mean, it does suck that the actual autosave is before these entire moments. Like, why isn't the autosave for Inferno difficulty, like, the moment you get to the first safe room? I mean, that... Or like, but when you get to those zombies in the garage area, there shouldn't have been zombies in that garage area, because then, if there weren't, that would at least justify new Capcom putting a checkpoint where the first typewriter was, so that you wouldn't have to worry about any moments where you're trying to get the S+ rank and you're trying to control the amount of saves you're using. Because to do S+, you have to beat the game in under 2 hours and save a maximum of 5 times. So if they put that autosave in that first save room, you wouldn't have to worry so much about having to do this introduction over and over again. Oh, what? I'm sorry, I tried to pause the game to talk, but you can't pause during this moment. I question what Nemesis was trying to do with using that slab of concrete and just dragging it down like that. It could have easily just, like, attacked Joe, but it's not really something we're criticizing, because, you know, people do weird things like that.
Jill? Over here!
Brad,
You okay?
what was that thing?
Damned if I know. But right now it's got a hard-on for the only 2 stars left in town. You and me.
Yeah, so this shift in attitude is so odd, going from the way he was, you know, scared in that phone call to just acting so casually. It's weird.
I'm not sticking around. Just look around you. The longer we wait, the more screwed we are.
This all happened so fast.
I don't know. One fucked up thing always leads to another. It's like Arclay on steroids.
Yeah, what a dumb line.
Hey! Hey, wait! Down here! God damn it!
I could be dreaming. How could this many people be infected? Brad! Here they come!
In here!
the way she just said, how could this many people be infected? Like, were they actually aware that there were outbreaks occurring prior to this moment? I'm positive that in the files I read, there was no mention of, other outbreaks occurring in Raccoon City before this point. I know I said that the Raccoon City incident went from September 23rd to October 1st, but in the files I read, there doesn't really seem to be any big outbreaks happening that Jill was tracking, and yet she's saying lines like, how can this many people be infected? Like there were prior outbreaks happening before that moment, like minor outbreaks.
Don't think about it. We're gonna make a run for it.
Come on, Jill. We know how this ends.
No, I don't.
Are we still a team?
Always.
Then do me a favor. Don't fuck up like I did. Go!
Sorry, Brad.
I can't actually go into the inventory right now.
Sorry.
A lot of this should have just been reserved for a cutscene. Look at that banana grab nonsense. I mean, the amount of times you can get grabbed in the middle of dodging because of that stupid banana grab nonsense is annoying.
Parking garage. Got it. Sir, are you alright?
Stay back! Don't come any closer!
Hey, come on. There's a helicopter waiting to take you to safety.
What safety? I'm not going out there!
The parking garage isn't far. I can.
The only safe place is in here!
Yeah, I never found Dario to be an important character. I mean, I know Under the Mayo criticized the way they handled Dario, because if we're already seeing Brad, then Dario's existence is pointless. Like, Dario was kind of the first human you interacted with in Resident Evil 3 OG, and I know his daughter was rescued by a UBCS soldier, and he died protecting her. Dario isn't that substantial to the story of Resident Evil 3 OG, so I can understand why they did this, or maybe there's something about them in Resident Evil 3 OG that's important. I don't know.
What's your name? I can't just leave you behind.
It's Dario Rosso. And yeah, right. You just want to steal my safe house. Get your own, Missy.
Missy?
Really? You're gonna just call that out? Man, she's so casual. Getting offended by that kind of comment.
Shit.
That was close. And I was worried he wouldn't actually attack right there. I can't pause during this moment as well. Yeah, somehow Nemesis destroys the chopper and it makes no sense. I do agree with Under the Mayo. That really doesn't make sense how Nemesis destroyed the chopper like that. And now we have to do a QTE moment for some reason.
Damn it!
He's just walking. It's too funny.
It's my turn, bitch.
Yeah, Jill curses a lot and it's odd. Like, Jill really doesn't feel like the kind of person to rely that much on curse words. Carlos comes here somehow, and he doesn't even hesitate or anything. He just casually brushes off Nemesis. Like, he acts like he's seen this kind of BOW before, and that's why he's like, hey, fuckface. So odd. But I guess either way, he thought a rocket launcher would take down Nemesis very easily. Although I don't really blame him because, you know, the rocket launcher in the Resident Evil games is a staple weapon in the sense that it's often used to finish off the final boss, and it's always very powerful. So I guess this is like new Capcom's way of trying to counteract that particular staple of the series. Carlos being like, hey, fuckface, is kind of meant to be a representation of us when we use the rocket launcher against the final boss and finish it off. And we assume that they're easily disposed of, but they're trying to challenge that belief. Like, they're trying to challenge the player's expectation by doing this. I mean, that's my assumption of why they framed it like this.
Hey, easy, lady. I got you.
Who are you? What are you doing?
Name's Carlos, and I'm saving you. Come on, let's get you someplace safe. I think we're in the clear.
Hope so.
I do wonder how Nemesis isn't bisected, though, from that rocket launcher. Because Mr. X was bisected by that rocket launcher in Resident Evil 2 Remake. It took 2 rockets, so why was it so different with Nemesis? I mean, I assume either way Nemesis would have revived, because the virus would have likely caused him to regenerate. Just like in Resident Evil 3 OG. But still, though, it's odd that he doesn't bisect.
We've been bringing survivors here.
Here where?
My guys have converted some subway cars into a shelter. It's safe.
I'm fine.
Personal space. Okay, I get it. Let's go. Oh, come on. Who's the dipshit that closed this? Sorry, we're gonna have to go around.
Hey, what do you know about that monster?
Nothing. I've never seen anything like it. But it's no zombie. It knows what it wants and won't stop till it gets it.
Oh, so they already know that Nemesis is still somehow alive? So I guess Carlos ran out of rocket launcher ammo or something. Did Carlos actually see Nemesis killing other STARS members? And that's why he wasn't surprised when he saw Nemesis? Maybe that's it.
Don't you like that in a man?
No thanks. He's all yours.
And they're just joking around a lot.
Listen, I promise you're in good hands. I'm with the Umbrella Biohazard Countermeasure Service. UBCS for short.
That line is so memorable to me for some reason. I'm with the Umbrella Biohazard Countermeasure Service. UBCS for short. Well, at least that's one way of remembering what that abbreviation means.
Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? You guys are the ones who caused all of this.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What are you talking about? Look, you don't have to trust me, but I'm going to the shelter. You coming? Come on, it's this way.
Yeah, we've already met up with the mercenary team, so I remember Under the Mayo saying we just immediately meet up with the mercenary team, and the game doesn't give us any chance to breathe. It's like it's trying to rush everything. That's what he said. I mean, it doesn't really bother me personally.
Hey, Captain. This fine young lady could use our help.
No, I'm not really familiar with the lore regarding these members, specifically. Like with Mikhail and
Carlos,
other members.
you didn't even think to ask fine young lady her name? She is an elite operative.
What are you, a father figure to him? What was that about? You didn't even think to ask the young lady her name? I mean, that's literally something a father figure would tell to his son or something. Yes, he's the commander of this unit, I believe, but I don't know. That just came out across like it was a father figure term to me.
Of RPD, Special Tactics and Rescue Service. Her name is something Valentine.
It's Jill.
Nice to meet you.
So he already knows Jill is a member of STARS. I'm assuming he looked at like personnel files or something. Maybe like in the mission debrief, they were like, oh, these are the members of STARS you'll be assisting or something like that. Was that all a ploy just to get Nemesis to fight them and get the combat data? I don't know. I think I'm looking too deep into that.
Jill. am UBCS, platoon leader Mikhail Viktor. My team was sent here to rescue civilians.
Right. How's that going for you?
The city is completely cut off.
Such a casual manner again. Right. How's that going for you? It's just so odd. Like, she had that whole nightmare, and she's acting like this.
Isolated. Most of the 100,000 civilians will wind up dead. Correction.
Well, not 100,000. No. I misheard that.
My platoon has suffered serious losses. Just keeping them alive is more than I can manage.
Well, you can thank your corporate overlords for that.
Yes.
Okay, well, I can rationalize her saying that line because she hates Umbrella, so that's why she has this joking tone. So I'm guessing she doesn't really believe that they're here to rescue civilians. You know, it actually makes a lot of sense for her to act like this, because again, she's aware that Umbrella uses the cover of a pharmaceutical company to further the development of BOWs. So she's acting in the manner that she is right now, because it's meant to relate back to that point. So much like how Umbrella used the cover of being a pharmaceutical company, the UBCS is using the cover of rescuing civilians, but she doesn't believe that's the case, and so she believes the UBCS were sent in here for some other reason. That's why she's acting the way she is.
Well, we are doing all we can.
Yeah, so I actually have no problems with the way Jill is acting with Mihao right here. I mean, yes, she joked about the rescue of civilians, but she's joking that way because she doesn't fully believe the UBCS are rescuing civilians.
And if we can get this subway train moving, we can evacuate some survivors. But we need help. My men cannot do this alone.
All right. I'm in.
She says with hesitation, because again, she doesn't fully trust the UBCS.
But I am on their side, not yours.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's cool. We all want the same thing.
Thank you, Jill.
All right, Super Cop. Here you go. We can use this to stay in contact.
I know what a radio is.
Okay, first things first. We need to get you geared up. Head up to street level. You'll find supplies there.
All right.
Shit, Captain. They really took a chunk out of you.
Nothing that I will miss.
Oh, he's using a first aid spray. Like, I've never actually watched this before. I've never actually watched this scene before in my blind playthrough. I just immediately moved on. I did not know there was this whole moment where Carlos literally uses a first aid spray on Mikhail. So new Capcom has just retconned first aid sprays into existence by having Carlos physically use a first aid spray on Mikhail. Just like how in Resident Evil Village they retconned the existence of the first aid meds with certain cutscenes where Ethan uses the first aid med. I know, like, in Resident Evil 6, they also have that moment where the green herbs existed, because in that tutorial, Leon calls out the existence of a green herb to help with healing Helena. I did not know this scene existed. I'm honestly surprised Jill is not voicing concern over the fact that Mikhail was bitten, because she knows that there's no vaccine for the T-virus right now. The primary reason why the vaccine data wasn't out in the world after Raccoon City was because the data was destroyed by the United States military, and Umbrella had that data, and the only vaccine that Carlos created was used on Jill. So I don't think they had the means for mass production, and it was only when Will Pharma came into the picture that they actually had the vaccine for the T-virus. And I know Frederick Downing, the silent main antagonist of Resident Evil Degeneration, he was planning to sell off the vaccine data along with samples of the T-virus in order to make a profit, because he had deals with General Grande, another terrorist as well, because he had stolen the T and G virus samples before the Raccoon City incident, because he worked for Umbrella previously. I know there was some confusion with how exactly Birkin didn't realize certain samples of the G virus are missing. But I would assume in a moment of weakness or because he was under stress by Umbrella, he wasn't maintaining proper focus or something. So maybe he missed a shipment of the G virus. I mean, we don't know when exactly Frederick Downing took the G virus and when he left Raccoon City prior to the outbreak. It's an interesting point. What's this? Yeah, there were outbreaks happening in the past, so Jill was likely aware of the outbreaks that were occurring after September 23rd. So, Cannibal Murders, a complete digest. And I know there were newspapers like this in Resident Evil 1 OG as well. They talked about the murders in the Arklay Mountains. With the infected dogs, I believe. With the Cerberuses is what they're called. In the gray of the morning on September 25th, a frantic caller telephoned the RPD to report an assault. A man described as disheveled like a vagrant was attacking a passerby north of the Lambs Museum of Art. The responding officers discovered the mutilated corpse of a woman by some dumpsters nearby. Dozens of bite marks covered her body, and she had been dismembered, suggesting she had been eaten. The third incident? This month, okay. The third known incident of its kind to occur in Raccoon City this month. And I believe these smaller outbreaks were also mentioned in the canon timeline as well. So who done it? Who's been munching on man steak? We hear... Who talks like that? There's no news outlet that talks like that. I watch the news all the time. I watch Inside Edition. I watch CNBC. I watch all these news outlets on YouTube, for instance. Nobody talks like this. We here at News Comet have a gnawing feeling that the so-called cannibal disease patient Spencer Memorial has been providing free treatment for since August might not be settling for just the cafeteria food. Our reporters have infiltrated Spencer Memorial, asked the tough questions, and come back with horror stories that will make your stomach roil. Turn the page for the scoop. Well, why can't we read that part of it? That's odd. It's really nice to do a playthrough of this game again, just finding all these things I didn't know. Obviously back then, because I wasn't as developed as how I am right now, I wasn't paying attention to these kind of things, and I wasn't really that familiar with Resident Evil's lore. I mean, I was familiar with a lot of things, but not enough to really be substantial.
It's me again. You topside yet?
Working on it. So what's the plan?
The old tanks got me clearing the tracks. You mind getting the subway infrastructure back online?
And how do I do that?
Let's start by restoring power. I'll navigate you to the substation once you hit the main road.
Copy that. Let's do this fast.
It's so cool how they actually rearranged the order of weapons. So you get the Magnum here instead of some later part. The fact that the Merchant isn't around means that old Capcom or new Capcom are able to be creative with how they rearrange items in the environment. And the fact that they gave you the Magnum because of the encounters coming up is smart. They actually took the time to understand what kind of encounters you're getting into before they decided to put the Magnum here. It makes sense. You know, anytime the Merchant is around, it doesn't give Capcom an incentive to actually be more creative with how they rearrange items in the world, because all that stuff's already in the Merchant. There's no place in the UBCS for pipsqueaks who crawl back to base every single time they get scratched up. You want somebody to kiss your boo-boo, go someplace else. Again, more weird talk like this, but I mean, in the Remake timeline, the UBCS is primarily composed of convicts. Like people who have been in prison, who are being forced into the military. Well, that's at least one way to utilize a prison population. Makes sense to do it like that. I mean, even though convicts don't exactly have the conviction and sense of loyalty or even the ability to give orders to properly manage teams. But I guess that's why the supervisors are here, because they're just grunts. Here in the big leagues, we mix our own meds, so get these recipes memorized. Go grab a beer. So I guess they're talking like that because a vast majority of the individuals working under the UBCS are immature or stuff like that, because you know, you've seen the way prisoners behave in prison populations if you watched a lot of the reality shows like Beyond Scared Straight and you know all these other documentaries. It's like that. Because unfortunately, education is not at the forefront of thought with the way prisons handle prisoners. So a lot of them are just sitting in cells like 18 hours a day, not doing anything. And they end up having their skills degrade over time, and they're unable to adapt to society, which is why the idea of recidivism is a thing. And that is terrible that it works like that.
get that train moving. Carlos, I've reached the main avenue. Which way do I go?
See a big transmission tower? That's the substation. You'll have to circle around through an alley to your right to get there.
You mean the alley that's on fire?
Maybe. Surely a tall drink of water like yourself can put out a few flames.
Fuck you.
Well, to be fair, though, they were pretty hostile with each other initially in Resident Evil 3 OG. And that was actually the first time I ever heard the phrase, tall drink of water, because I had never heard that phrase before now. But it's such a memorable line when he says it. It's still so bizarre that the guy that voices Carlos in this game, Jeff Shine, he's the same guy that voices Chris Redfield in Resident Evil Village. I don't understand what New Capcom was thinking with that, because it's off-putting whenever I hear Chris Redfield talk in Resident Evil Village. And not only is he a bad character in Resident Evil Village and the worst version of Chris Redfield by far, it's just rendered even more off-putting with the fact that he's saying lines that sound similar to Carlos, and you end up thinking of Carlos because they use the same voice actor. One has to wonder how zombies have the intelligence to climb like that. I wonder how they do that. Because I thought the T-Virus would erode their brains so much, like it caused so much necrosis at the parts that allow that kind of thinking when climbing, with knowing where to place your hands and your feet on a chain link fence like that. I'm amazed the virus doesn't destroy that part of the brain. An energy weapon developed by Umbrella based on airborne electrical phenomenon. It possesses great stopping power, but only when targeting enemy weak points. Is that meant to be an homage to the charged particle rifle from Resident Evil Dead Aim? Because it also utilizes electricity as well, I believe. I just realized there's a scene from Resident Evil 3 Remake that's actually utilized in Resident Evil Dead Island for some weird reason. I don't know why they did that, because then it really messes with the canonicity. So, like, you know the scene later on, right after the clock tower encounter and before the fight with Nemesis in that that chemical area? Well, there's a scene where Nemesis wraps his tentacle around Jill's neck, and they actually utilize that scene briefly in the introduction to Resident Evil Dead Island, and it's odd. Because we know the remakes are non-canon, so why would they use a scene from Resident Evil 3 Remake in a canon movie? That doesn't make sense. And it's interesting because, like, when they have Claire and Leon, they use scenes from, like, Resident Evil Infinite Darkness. And do they use scenes from Resident Evil Vendetta? Yeah, they used a scene from Resident Evil Vendetta with Chris Redfield when introducing him in the intro. I don't recall if Leon was introduced through a Resident Evil Damnation clip or a Resident Evil Vendetta clip, or was it Infinite Darkness? I'm not really sure. I think it was only Claire who was introduced with an Infinite Darkness clip in the intro to Resident Evil Death Island. But Jill is such an outlier because the scene from Resident Evil 3 Remake is used there, and it's so confusing. There are scenes in Resident Evil 3 Remake that they could have used that would have led to less confusion, but they had to use that one scene with Nemesis wrapping his tentacle around Jill, and it makes no sense because Nemesis never had that kind of mutation in Resident Evil 3 OG. So I don't know why they selected that particular scene. Oh, look at that bullshit. You see what I mean? The amount of times you get grabbed in the middle of dodging is obnoxious. Also, you might notice, you hear the announcer, this line changes for some reason anytime you restart and you go through that door. So I already know the code here, it's 937. The only reason I remember this code so easily is because this was the first code that you use in Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonus. This was the first particular code that you used in the police headquarters to open that safe. So that's why it's such a memorable code to me. Okay, the drugstore owner's journal. August 24th, this new hair tonic from Umbrella is just flying off the shelves. The stuff they make always works wonders, so it's no surprise. I was counting on this and ordered a huge shipment. My instincts are paying off literally. I just know sales will continue to rise as word gets out. That said, the string of violent incidents on the news has me worried. Maybe I ought to invest in a good safe to hold all this cash that's rolling in. The new safe is just perfect. Nobody knows the code, not even my wife. It's a secret between me and my... Screw that nonsense. God, I hate those kind of people that try to make a fetish out of human stuff. Ever heard the phrase, don't burn Catcher in the Rye, burn Hustler? That's what I think of when reading that stupid journal. Okay, so this right here is kind of tricky. I have to do that to kill the zombie and also floor this guy so that he doesn't attack. Most of the time I never go for the red dot sight on the G19. I normally just skip it, but I just figured I'd get it, because why not? I forget what's inside this fancy box. I never get it, because I think it's like something that's not important. I've always hated this kind of inventory system so much. Like, it just doesn't make any sense how this tiny amount of gunpowder or handgun ammo can take up just as much space as your pistol or your Magnum. That's why you always have to like, take such like silly routes. You can't just like rely on more convenient mechanics, like the ability to drop items, for instance, in certain Resident Evil games like Resident Evil 0. But yeah, normally what I do is I kill the zombie on this door. I make sure to get the pistol ammo and also the gunpowder here. So I always make the handgun ammo here. And then after I kill the zombie, I take this old route. You kind of have to because the zombies in the courtyard are a real pain in the ass to get past. And they're completely random too, like they can hide behind the door of the donut shop and it's dumb. Yeah, this explosive barrel doesn't have any purpose, honestly. Can you pick up the ammo, please? That crate really comes in handy for stopping that zombie. Oh, I totally forgot about that zombie up there. I don't know why he's up there. It's just for a joke, that's all. That sign there, Blue Mountain, that's actually Ioma-san's name, the director of Resident Evil 3 OG. Because Ioma-san, Ioma, or was it like Kazuhiro Ioma? I don't remember his first name, but his name is supposed to mean Blue Mountain. I believe that's what the translation was. That's what Crescengen SDA said about that. Yeah, maybe I don't need the infinite rocket launcher to get files. You might be wondering why I didn't just use the pistol on the Alpha Parasite once it was floored. It's just because I need to save up on a lot of pistol ammo for the drain demo section. But let me get this fancy box and just place it in the item box. So you pick up the hose and then you use the Magnum to kill this Alpha Parasite. There we go. Always works like that. I know I had one moment where the bullet seemed to fire outside the reticle in one of my Poor Designs videos. So that was very odd that occurred. But I mentioned before in a community post that I would eventually do a Resident Evil 9 wish list. Like, I'd seen some news articles related to Resident Evil 9. I heard some of the leaks. Apparently, Jill and Leon are the main leads. And apparently they're going to a facility that's related to Evelyn's origins. I don't understand what that means, though, because we know that Evelyn was made at a Munich research facility, and that the Connections had a hand in her development, and Miranda did as well, like, indirectly, because she was kind of using Evelyn as a way to see if she was a perfect vessel for Ava, but she was a failure instead. And then Miranda found Rose, and she calls Rose Evelyn's true successor, which is just kind of odd the way that's phrased. But I don't really understand what they would be finding that would be related to Evelyn's origins. Why are they focusing on Evelyn and not Miranda? That's a little confusing. I'm not really sure why that would be the premise of Resident Evil 9. I mean, it's cool to have the older Resident Evil characters come into contact with the Mutomycete, because we know that the Mutomycete is quite possibly the most effective vector in the series. I mean, the number of files talking about its capabilities and how it effectively eliminates the cost of POW handling and turning enemies into allies, and also granting infected subjects with remarkable regenerative abilities, and the whole control mechanism involved with that, the ability for the Mutomycete to spread in the air, the water. I mean, its dispersal potential is very high. And like the mutation properties, I mean, we've already seen with the way the mutamycete handles the horizontal gene transfer when they're exposed to other like species, like with Marguerite's mutation, where she was likely exposed to insects and worms in the ground when she was gardening, and the mutamycete facilitated the horizontal gene transfer somehow. We know it causes like irregular activation of the ERK pathway that leads to the regeneration, and it's dependent on the person's Hayflick limit. It's really cool. I mean, like the whole idea of these other Resident Evil characters encountering the mutamycete is an interesting idea, but I just don't know how effective that premise is going to be after Resident Evil Village. And it has to take place before the events of the Shadows of Rose DLC, because why set up that the BSAA is being corrupted from within for that dark side the Blue Umbrella is corrupting them? It's unclear what the BSAA's corruption in Resident Evil Village, but you have to set a game between 2021 and 2037, because why set up that the BSAA is corrupt if you're then going to ignore them in the Shadows of Rose DLC? So how exactly are they going to handle the BSAA being corrupt now? Like, is Chris going to be on his own? Is he not going to seek any support from the BSAA? I mean, is Jill going to work against the BSAA now? How is Leon getting involved in this? Because we know he's still working for the DSO in 2015 in Resident Evil Death Island. I mean, is the DSO now like the primary anti-bioterror unit compared to the BSAA? I mean, like, how is that working? I mean, they haven't explained that properly. I know I said in my Resident Evil Village retrospective that the idea of the BSAA being corrupt made no sense, but it's actually indicated that there are moles inside the BSAA during Resident Evil 5, like M. Suzuki. This was in like supplemental material, and we know that Jessica from Resident Evil Revelations was a triple agent. She worked for the BSAA, the former FBC, and also Tricell. That's why she was a triple agent. And then we know like the events of the Lancheng incident from Resident Evil 6 and the New York attack in Resident Evil Vendetta led to huge public scrutiny against the BSAA, and they also didn't want to bring it to light that they failed to stop Evelyn in that one operation that led to her escaping onto the SS Annabelle, and that then leading into the events of Resident Evil 7. So what they're going to do with the BSAA's corruption in Resident Evil 9 is speculative. But continuing on this point with Resident Evil 9, I believe they mentioned that Rosemary Winters has a role in this game, because they said that her blood would help in creating a vaccine, because Leon and Jill are infected with the mutamycete and they're experiencing hallucinations. But that makes no sense, because Evelyn's dead. Evelyn is dead. There's no way they should still be experiencing hallucinations from her. That makes no sense. Is Mia going to be involved in this somehow? We know, like, Rose became estranged from her mom. I don't know why we don't hear Mia in the Shadows of Rose DLC. I assume that's because new Capcom couldn't get Katie O'Hagan back to do the role. I don't know. It's confusing. If Mia comes back, that's great, because I really like her as a character. I mean, she was ruined in Resident Evil Village, unfortunately. I'm really disappointed with what they did with Mia in Resident Evil Village. I think there was mention that Resident Evil 9 would take place somewhere in Singapore? Or was that in, like, older leaks? I'm not sure. That's all I can say at the moment until something else comes to mind, but let's continue on.
Is someone in here? You're UBCS?
Yeah, careful. Come on, don't look at me like that, all right? I'm not an infected. No, wait, please!
What the fuck?
He was infected.
He might have been infected.
Oh, stars, this soft. No wonder so many of you dead.
And what are you, UBCS? Killing your own people?
He would have turned. There's your sense of self-preservation.
Yeah, I don't like Nikolai's personality in this game. It's just really off-putting. I mean, why is he just so cliched, like being this evil antagonist? He's just joking and cackling, and it's like that with Nikolai. It's odd. And also, I find it really dumb how this whole moment where he's saying that Jill is soft, and like he touches upon this point in multiple points in Resident Evil 3 Remake, and it gets annoying. But also, this ends up getting transferred into Dylan Blake somehow, because Dylan in Resident Evil Death Island did the same with Jill, and I can recount the lines exactly like how he said it. He said this when he was talking with Leon, Chris, Claire, Jill. Like, he was talking with them when they were infected with the unknown variant of the T-Virus. They don't even explain what kind of variant of the T-Virus it is that they're using in Resident Evil Death Island. And he says this, "And finally, we come to Jill Valentine. You could shoot Claire right now and save a life, But you hesitate. I get she's a friend and all, but still. I thought you wanted to protect the innocent. That's hard to do when you let your emotions get in the way, isn't it? I mean, that's literally Nikolai. Like, why did they reintroduce that trait to an unrelated character like Dylan Blake? Like, why did they do that? And Resident Evil Death Island takes place in 2015. This game takes place in 1998. Why the hell would you design a villain to do the exact same thing as a villain from 1998 did? It doesn't make sense. That was one of the dumbest moments from Resident Evil Death Island.
Go back to the subway station. We don't need a bleeding heart like you getting in the way.
Okay, so you don't pick up the shotgun shells yet. You do it on the return. Training log. July 10th, 202 pounds, 12 laps of the yard, 2 circuits. Suck at prison. The Umbrella Corporation just recruited me for a job. A job. I could totally understand that because most people that leave prison, they don't have the means to secure a job because of criminal records. Not that it's any better for normal individuals. I mean, come on guys, like I have a bachelor's degree, I have 2 master's degrees, I have a graduate certificate, and I still can't get a job because of the stupid job market system and the number of ways the job market declines you based on irrelevant information. I mean, the number of stories I hear about people who end up getting a perfect job without going to college, or they go to trade school, for instance. I mean, I could totally rationalize why this guy is saying what he's saying, because unfortunately, the normal process for getting a job is so discombobulating, so, like, convoluted, so out of your hands. No matter how many skills you have, the only thing that matters is who you know. That's the important thing you gotta realize, guys. Who you know is more important than what you know. That's how it is with the job market system. It's really retarded. Don't know how they're gonna wipe out a life sentence for murdering 20 gangbangers, but whatever. I'll take it. Beat shitting away the rest of my days behind bars. And based on what I said before, I mean, prisoners most of the time sit in cells for 18 hours straight, and they don't do anything. So they end up experiencing mental degradation, and they lose fundamental skills, and they can't adapt to normal society very well, which is why they recidivate. I gotta get back in shape. July 26th, 196 pounds, 20-kilometer run, 3 circuits. Target practice at 400 yards, 5 misses. Caught the chain yesterday and got moved to a UBCS training camp where I fired my first bullet in 2 whole years. Missed a stationary target by 5 inches at 400 yards. I never fucking do that. It's like I forgot everything. Doesn't matter. I'll get sharp again. Watch me. August 15th, 190 pounds, 30-kilometer run, 3 circuits. Target practice at 600 yards, 2 misses. Okay, I've got my shot grouping down to 3 inches. Feeling good, feeling good. After lunch, they put me through my first mock battle. The Cap and the other guys are good people, and goddamn beasts of war at that, but what the fuck is up with that lunatic Nikolai? He used me as a human fucking shield just to score some extra points. September 25th, 181 pounds, 30-kilometer run, 4 circuits. Target practice at 600 yards, no misses. Murphy's back, baby. You'll never see me miss another target. Tomorrow I go on my first mission, riot control in Raccoon City. I think Jimmy would have liked that. My brother was always the first to reach out and help people right up until those street punks took him away from me. Now it's my turn to do some good for a change, the way I know best. He's more so an ex-soldier, not really like a murderer of innocent people that went here. And the name Murphy, is that a name in the canon timeline? I'm not sure. Oh, handgun ammo. I really should be searching this part more. UBCS suicide note? September 28th. The Middle East, Eastern Europe, East Africa. I thought I knew what hell was. Figured I'd never crack no matter what was thrown at me. But this job, this one was supposed to be easy. A quick wage. I'd earned it. It all happened at once. There were 30 guys in our squad, all armed with state-of-the-art assault rifles, and yet we were wiped out in less than 48 hours. So this feels like a field test right here. Because I remember in Resident Evil Village, Heisenberg was testing the soldats against Lycans, and he went through multiple tests before he was able to get it where one soldat was able to eliminate 3 Lycans in a matter of minutes, I believe. I've been through enough shit to know it only ever gets worse, and if that was just the beginning... Maybe I'm a coward, I don't care. This is the only way out I have left. I just hope my body doesn't get back up after I pull the trigger. So not really that important of a file. But I think it's just to establish that Umbrella views a lot of their personnel with not a lot of care. But that's no different to the US military. Like, I've already talked about this before, but when you're in the government, when you're in the US military, you kind of have to be treated like a pawn because there's so much distrust and a lot of secrets get leaked, that kind of stuff. I mean, you literally feel like a gear in a machine. And I should know, having worked a temporary full-time position for like 7 months before I resigned. Electricians know this. Public use generators provided by Raccoon City Electricians Guild. This is all not really important. Sam? Why don't they mention Mayor Warren if he had his own electric company? You see this? If this was Resident Evil 4 Remake, the reticle would be blooming for some stupid reason, so it completely goes against the nature of the focus reticle system. They're diametrically opposing ideas, but this game understands how to do a focus reticle system, and this game, it might be faster paced, but at least the focus reticle system feels justified, even though I still don't like the system much. Like, why does Resident Evil 4 Remake, with its faster style of gameplay, need a focus reticle system? The focus reticle system feels like it was only introduced in Resident Evil 4 Remake just to relay the fans that, yes, this title is related to Resident Evil 2 Remake and 3 Remake. That's why they included the focus reticle system. The focus reticle system goes against the very framework of the gameplay in Resident Evil 4 Remake, and it makes the gameplay so awkward when you're trying to stun enemies or get away from them or just stop them from attacking. It's just really bad. So what I do right here is I get rid of the first two guys, and then I dodge the next two guys. Because this timing's generally the same. Yeah, see? That's what I always do, because the timing is roughly the same every time. There's a crate here, and I know it has a healing item. Oh, I'm sorry, gunpowder. That actually comes in handy. I think that crate's random, though. Maybe it's random. Some of the crates in this game aren't random, which makes you wonder why they're even crates then, if they're not random. Facts from Substation Chief. To all employees, in response to the violent outbreaks across the city, we have implemented an intentional power outage. But why would you induce a power outage to counteract violent outbreaks? I'm confused. Because wouldn't that cause more pandemonium? You know how much power is an aspect of our fundamental lives, right? Then again, it could be like a rolling blackout situation. Maybe it's like that. Once the situation has been brought under control, please activate the 4 breakers ASAP. Once that's done, turn on the main power switch in the control room to reactivate the power grid. That's odd, though, because why were those signs in that area of Raccoon City getting power then if this area was offline?
It smells like... Oh, I don't even want to think about it.
This is just introducing a gameplay mechanic with green herbs. And somehow green herbs are conveniently a natural bug deterrent. Which is odd because Marguerite uses green herbs. She grows in her dishes. She said that in the bedroom DLC. So I guess it has multiple uses. It's not like 100% of the time it's a natural bug deterrent. It's only if you use it in this kind of way. I don't know. And why does this guy just have this very fancy box like this and it just conveniently has a lockpick? Substation internal memo. The key to this high voltage area has gone missing, and the earliest we'll be able to get a replacement is in next week. In the interim, a lockpick will be provided to the senior employee on duty. We only have one lockpick and cannot afford to lose it, so please keep it in its carrying case at all times when you're not using it. And please, could you all check just once more that you did not accidentally take the key home? If you happen to find it, please bring it to Kate and admin. So using a lockpick as a replacement? That sounds kind of odd. I wonder why it's so different with the Drain demos, where they need to impregnate their victims rather than actually biting them. But I guess that's their way of spreading the T-virus. Maybe the virus is kind of dictating that. Because it has to procreate somehow. Here goes. Whoa! Already attacking me? What the hell? That never happens. I've never seen that happen before. I've never had a Drain Demos immediately attack me on that spot. Were they moving the entire time? But it's nice that they only introduced the Drain Demos once in this section. I feel like there are certain Resident Evil games that are better when they use one specific enemy for one specific section intelligently. You know, like, that was one of the things that I found very interesting about Resident Evil 0. I mean, you only fight the dogs like 4 times on the train, and that you never see them again. And then with the Eliminators, you only fight them once in a mandatory encounter in that room with the letter puzzle, and then if you play Resident Evil 0 right, you never encounter them. It's interesting when they have these particular Resident Evil games where they have one specific enemy reserved for one single section. I feel like there's a skill involved with that, rather than just placing them around everywhere. I mean, I get why people would assume the Drain Demos would be around in other parts of Raccoon City. It's not really that big of a deal, I would say. Why is this guy immediately attacking me? I've never had this before. This guy's always here. But the Drain Demos are a well-designed enemy. They die fast, they have really good stuns on them. The dodges are really good against them. The ability to knock them off of walls and the ceiling is a really nice touch. But I don't hit this one yet. What I do is I go here to this last one. Here, yeah, Chad was mentioned in the previous file. What happened to this place? I've seen some strange shit over the past few days. Those strange bugs building their nests, that metallic smell wafting through the vents, but fuck, if it didn't all go straight to hell overnight. I need to check in on my ma uptown, but the boss says I can't leave till I drop all the breakers. God damn it. Better finish up quick so I can get out of here. Well, fuck me. My stomach hurts so much I can hardly move. At the last breaker, a big ugly bastard of a bug got the drop on me and shoved a big fucking tube down my throat. I managed to get away and somehow kept from vomiting on the spot. Fuck, it hurts. Feels like something's moving inside, holding it together. Can't believe I haven't puked. Fuck, it hurts. Like I'm gonna tear apart. I think this is it for me. I love you, mama. Yeah, lots of weird talks like that with the language. It reminds me of the VIPs from Squid Game Season 1. To anyone who's watched Squid Game, do you recall how there was so much negative criticism towards the VIPs because of the way they reacted? I agree with them 100%. The VIPs reacted very poorly. They had very stilted dialogue. They were very stereotypical with the way they were talking, and everyone just hated them. Everyone hated the way the acting was done. Even Western audiences hated the way they were done. It's like that with this particular title, and you know, other Remake titles in the Resident Evil series with the way certain characters talk.
Here we go. Come on!
Oh god, I pressed the wrong button. Good thing the camera's placed so far away that I can actually hear them. I heard that guy up above. Every time you activate a breaker, it always queues the spawn of one Drain Demos from a set spot, and then the rest just spawn randomly. Whoa! Yeah, and that electricity does not damage you, by the way. It just stuns you. That's a straight shot out of here. I had a feeling there'd be a guy right there. And there's always a guy around this corner coming up. Yeah, there he is. He likes to do the same attack every time, it feels like. That's how you do that.
Okay.
Normally I use the flash grenade after I pull the first breaker, but I'm going to save it.
Enjoy.
I think I'll place yeah, I'll place that in there, and then I'll place this in here.
Carlos, it's Jill. I've restored power to the subway.
Nice going. Next up is the traffic control system. It should be in the subway company's offices. Unfortunately, all I can tell you is that it's somewhere in the area.
You don't even know what building? That's helpful.
Thanks, partner. I try.
Not your partner.
I remember there was one scene in Resident Evil 3 OG where Jill literally slaps Carlos, and that's if you pull the emergency brake on the train as part of the live selection. But most of the time people never pull the emergency brake because you end up dealing with a bunch of crows at the start and it's very awkward, and I think there are other bad placements, and I don't think you're near the corresponding puzzles in the clock tower if you use the emergency brake. There are times with the live selection system in Resident Evil 3 OG where certain choices don't feel right. Like, they put you so far away from other things. And I know, like, in the restaurant moment, in the restaurant live selection, people don't even do the live selection. They just let the timer run down, and then Nemesis whiffs his attack, and then you just run right past him. That's to avoid the spawning of other enemies. Yeah, so, like, there are just parts of the live selection system that were pretty pointless, and, like, it oftentimes led you to favor the same options every single time. So, like, why it was an option in Resident Evil 3 OG, I just don't understand. This is why I don't understand why people criticize the lack of a live selection system in Resident Evil 3 Remake, because you're only ever going to pick one particular live selection every single time in order to get a more streamlined experience that actually accommodates the way they design the environments, the way they place the puzzles, and where certain loot is, where certain enemies are. It's like that one live selection where there are these boxes coming right at you, and you have this hole here, I believe. You have the option of going up or going down the hole, and why you would ever want to go down the hole, I don't know. You just always go up. And then that restaurant live selection, there's an option for going into the basement, but why would you do that? You cause the spawning of additional enemies, and you have to waste time getting out of that flooded area. Like, why would you do that? It doesn't make sense. This is why I don't hold it against Resident Evil 3 Remake, the lack of a live selection, because the live selection system in Resident Evil 3 OG was pointless. It really didn't serve much of a purpose. This part here is very awkward. My Magnum shot could have not killed that zombie. It's awkward doing it that way. You have to aim for center mass, otherwise you won't get it. And if you aim for the leg, it delays the other zombie, so it throws off your timing on the dodge. It's easy for that construction worker zombie to grab you. There we go. You just gotta run into this guy. He's not gonna attack you, but dodge into the room at the right moment. Like that. Because Nemesis will kill the zombie on the door.
That thing is still alive. It's after me.
What? Run! Come back to the station.
Yeah, but
Not until I get...
why are you saying it's alive? You seem to indicate beforehand that Nemesis wasn't dead. You were just getting away. Like in that previous conversation you had with Carlos when you were getting to the train. So why are you saying it's still alive?
Traffic control online.
Like, why are you so surprised? It's odd. Alright, now for this part, you have to use Nemesis's charge against the zombies in order to eliminate them. So you spawn them like that, and then you hide behind this door. He'll kill the other zombies, only 2 of them. The construction worker zombie will be alive. But keep the camera on Nemesis. If you don't keep the camera on Nemesis, he'll teleport. It's one of the most annoying parts of Resident Evil 3 Remake. Nemesis' ability to teleport when he's off camera. Alright, come Come on. Now, usually what I do right here is I use a magnum shot on these two zombies. There we go. Now I'm going to keep the camera there. That didn't work. Oh god! And see right there, I had to make sure I turned the camera towards the door because this is a problem I've lambasted to no end, but in Resident Evil 2 Remake, 3 Remake, and 4 Remake, you cannot go through doors unless the camera and the character are facing in the same direction. So you have to always turn the camera towards the door so that Jill and the camera are facing the door and you can go through it. It's really annoying.
Carlos, I'm in the control room. Now what?
Nice. Now you gotta plot out a route.
Okay, give me a sec.
Kuiper's Railway Manual. Okay, yeah. I remember Under the Mayo criticizing this puzzle, but like, why do you bother wasting time with puzzles in survival horror games? He said it just because the solution, like, anyone is gonna have the solution right there, dude. I mean, you lay out notes like this in your job. Why is it so important to have puzzles in these survival horror games that just drag the pacing down and prevent you from actually getting to the threat that's actually scary? Like, it just breaks the pacing so much. I mean, it's probably there for, like, diversification's sake, but I could have just been, like, exploring a different part of Raccoon City. Stuff like that. I'm glad that this puzzle is, simple.
Right,
so I think it's...
The train is stopped at Redstone Street. We need to reach
It's,
Can you program that in?
FA, RA, SA, it's 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2?
Valid.
Yes.
Confirmed.
Carlos, it's me. I finished inputting the subway route.
Jill, you are amazing. Tough as nails, too. Hurry back to the station. We'll make sure the subway's ready.
Like, I'll never understand why people consider puzzles to be such an essential part of a survival horror game. I mean, why do you waste time doing a mind-numbing puzzle? You're slowing the gameplay to a halt. I mean, that's the stuff I hated so much about the older Resident Evil games. Like, specifically, like, Resident Evil 1 Remake, because the number of times you were doing, like, a statue puzzle or some other puzzle, like, you spent probably, like, half an hour overall, like, dealing with enemies, and then the rest was just, like, walking, running moments, and just doing puzzles. I mean, why do you favor that kind of bizarre pacing? I don't see how that's indicative of a survival horror game. And it's just all arcadey stuff as well. What person is going to have a statue puzzle or like stuff like that? At least in Resident Evil Revelations and Resident Evil 7, the puzzles actually felt diegetic to the world that you were in. Like solving those wire puzzles where you had to uncross the wires, that was diegetic. It actually felt like that's a puzzle that would exist. And then in Resident Evil 7, it was intentionally made to be arcadey because that's how Lucas designed it. Lucas intentionally made it that way to play with his victims, to screw with them. It was meant to showcase a part of Lucas's personality. That was the reason why that puzzle existed. And then the bedroom DLC is just kind of a love letter to escape rooms. Like, the bedroom DLC from Resident Evil 7 has the coolest escape room I've ever seen. It's so interesting. It might seem like an homage to old school survival horror puzzle design, but I don't want to see it that way. I know it's probably meant to be like an homage to the puzzles from the older Resident Evil games, but it just doesn't feel like that because it's just a lot of fun to go through. It might not have the most interesting replayability, but there's something about the bedroom DLC that feels intriguing. That's what I like about it. Okay. I don't get the shotgun right now. It's a waste of time. Subway employees memo. Violence getting worse and worse these past few days. Got a shotgun for when it hits a breaking point. Locking it up in the gun rack. That should keep it safe from any would-be looters while I go out and try to find some more shells. Nothing important. It just sucks that these files in the remakes don't have as much detail as the files in the original versions of these titles. A file that comes to mind from Resident Evil 2 OG is, you know that file that you get that talks about, like sheltering the wounded? That was extremely detailed, and then they also talk about the liquor as well. I mean, they managed to make such detailed files, and you know, even back in Resident Evil 1 OG, the files were so detailed, and they clearly had a sequel planned because they talk about Raccoon City. They talk about stars. It's just interesting that they already had plans for a sequel when they were designing the detailed files in Resident Evil 1 OG, and that same level of detail also applied to Resident Evil 2 OG, 3 OG, and the other non-remakes. Okay, but before I go out there, I need to get this grenade. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is stun Nemesis. I have no idea how that's even possible. That just seems like a very strange way that Nemesis creates the anti-alpha parasites. Like, he puts a bunch of tentacles on the zombie's head, and that creates the parasite? Is it like in an egg stage of some sort? Is it using the host's head? No, but that can't be though, because the head is still intact when you destroy the anti-alpha parasite. How exactly does that work? And Luis was involved in the development of this particular BOW, and he apparently applied his knowledge of the anti-alpha parasite to the plagas? In what way, though? And the anti-alpha parasite doesn't induce hallucinations like those plagas do in Resident Evil 4 Remake. How's that possible? The whole Umbrella connection in Resident Evil 4 Remake just feels tacked on for the sake of it. Like they really thought Resident Evil 4 OG didn't connect to Umbrella whatsoever, even though it did. It connects to Umbrella with the fact that Wesker revived Umbrella. It became Blue Umbrella. Krauser talks about Umbrella's revival. And then they also talk about Wesker's influence. Don't these people realize how much Resident Evil 4 OG contributes to the overarching narrative of Resident Evil? What's wrong with them? And Resident Evil 4 Remake doesn't do anything like that. So you have to wait for Nemesis to walk 5 times, and then equip the grenades. You gotta use Nemesis's teleporting capabilities to your advantage to get him to go near this barrel. There we go. So hit this. And I think I missed. Yeah, I missed. God damn it. One of the ways that Nemesis teleports when he's off camera is he uses the tentacle attack on you. So it just pulls you on the ground and he doesn't really do anything. Oh, why do I even try? It never hits him. Alright, just so I don't have to do any of that again, I'll just make a save. If I was doing a walkthrough, I wouldn't care so much. But because this is a playthrough, I'm using a lot of saves. Oh, there's no typewriter here. Never mind. That's right, Infernal Difficulty removes certain typewriters. There we go. You don't have to get this part. I think it's just, yeah, it's nothing important. Honestly, the handgun parts are kind of pointless. There's no real need for them. Okay, but just combine that. Reload the Magnum, and then there's Magnum rounds inside of this area here. Seriously, they have files in here. So I know that's a reference to Mega Man with the original, like, character design, and everyone hated it. What do I do here? Do I throw a grenade? I think I throw a grenade? Yeah. Yeah, I forget what I do there. I think I... Do I use the grenade on the anti-alpha parasite? Huh, I'll have to look back at my old walkthrough to be sure. So one of these gems gives you the grenade. Yeah, the red one. You need this. And the green one... I think it's a shotgun part? Yeah, and then the other one... I don't remember what the other one gives you. Despite being rusty at this game, I still got it in certain parts.
Nice job, Super Cop. I'm impressed.
We back in business?
Yeah, mostly. But we need 30 to 40 minutes to finish maintenance. Nikolai, how are we doing?
The town's crawling with those freaks. No chance of fighting our way out of the city. Why is she here?
She's helping get the trains running again.
Bad time to start carrying dead weight for her. She's unreliable. Can't pull the trigger when it counts.
Yeah, you see right there. It's those kinds of lines. Like he's saying, like Stars is soft. He's saying Jill is soft. Why does he need to say all this? And then why does it have to be referenced in Resident Evil 4 Remake and Resident Evil Death Island, with Krauser calling Leon soft for no reason, even though the gameplay says otherwise, with the amount I've shot Krauser in the face with an assault rifle, and then with Dylan calling Jill soft? Like, why did they need to reference that in Resident Evil Death Island? It makes no sense. Nikolai is just so weird in this game.
Hey, take it easy.
She'll get you killed.
Like, he's so stereotypical.
Sorry about that. Everyone's a little worked up. Oh, come on. Not again.
It's me he's after.
Hey.
I'll buy you some time.
Hey, wait! Wait, Jill! No! Damn it!
Come on, you creepy ass!
Oh, look, see that fucking bullshit? That's why I made a save. Because for some stupid reason, Nemesis is placed so close to you as soon as that cutscene begins, and you have no time to react. It's so stupid. How do you miss that kind of problem on Inferno difficulty? It makes no sense. This is why you have to turn the camera around so that you see what Nemesis is doing.
Come on, you creepy ass stalker! You want stars? I'll give you stars!
And then for some reason, Jill says that line that she says at the end of Resident Evil 3 OG when she's finishing off Nemesis. She says it right here. In a sequence where she's running away from Nemesis. Like, why? Yes, I understand that she's luring Nemesis away, but you think she would say something different so that you don't realize that it's an Easter egg that references that line from Resident Evil 3 OG. And it just leads you to question its bad placement. Like, why would she say it right there? It makes no sense. Contextually, maybe it makes sense right here than in the end game of Resident Evil 3 OG, because saying you want stars, I'll give you stars when she's finishing off Nemesis, it probably doesn't make any sense. But running away from Nemesis so that she can secure the train and keep everyone safe, I mean, that probably makes more sense. But you're not thinking about it from that context. You're thinking about it from the context of this was a line used at the end of Resident Evil 3 OG in order to conclude that game, but then it's used in the middle of the game, and it's odd. You don't have to worry about Nemesis here. You can actually open this without him being a threat. There we go. And that's another thing I'd like to discuss as well, because I remember Under the Mayo saying that it's really stupid how Nemesis is not given any kind of random encounters in Resident Evil 3 Remake, like in Resident Evil 3 OG. Like, as soon as you've done this part, Nemesis doesn't appear in any random encounters. He just becomes a series of boss fights. But the thing is that the random encounters with Nemesis were badly done in Resident Evil 3 OG, because there were so many moments where Nemesis was placed so weirdly in a corridor, or you had to use an exploit to get around Nemesis where you run towards, I think it's his, is it his right hand or his left hand? It's the hand that he uses to grab, but you gotta do that in order to stop him from doing douchey moves. And then there's also moments where Nemesis is running directly at you, and if you don't run a specific way, he'll always hit you. And because the dodge system is broken in Resident Evil 3 OG, Nemesis can hit you while you're dodging a lot of the times in Resident Evil 3 OG. I get why the random encounters were praised for Nemesis, but execution-wise, they weren't done so well because there were mechanical problems, and the framework of the gameplay and the way they designed the environments, it led you to rely upon weird strategies for dealing with Nemesis in those random encounters. That's why I don't mind that Nemesis is regulated to a series of boss fights, because the way it was handled in Resident Evil 3 OG was bad, and also in Resident Evil 3 Remake, the gameplay systems involved with Nemesis really aren't befitting for random encounters, especially when you're factoring in mechanics like, oh, you can't go through doors unless the camera and the character is facing in the same direction, or Nemesis's ability to teleport off camera and just use his tentacle move, or just like jump in front of you just out of nowhere, and it makes no sense. Taking all this into account when you're dealing with enemies, it really doesn't suit the game right. And if you were to put this Nemesis in the RPD or in claustrophobic corridors like the hospital, the gameplay would have fallen apart for sure. Not that you would ever really encounter Nemesis in the RPD, because he's after STARS members. He's not after Carlos, so there's no reason for him to be at the RPD. I mean, I get why like people might be disappointed that Jill doesn't go to the RPD, because of course that's where she was a STARS member, and she has personal connections to certain members there. She has photographs of the STARS members. It's a union between the character and the iconography associated with her past that people liked in Resident Evil 3 OG, but I really don't find it to be that necessary, because most of the STARS unit was wiped out anyway in Resident Evil 1 Remake, and it's not like there's any kind of moment in Resident Evil 3 OG where she examines the pictures and she's reflecting on the events of the mansion incident. Like, nothing happens there, so it doesn't matter in the long run that they didn't bother putting Jill in the RPD, or like any of these moments where Nemesis is doing these random encounters, just based on what I've listed. And I've seen Carcinogen SDA's walkthroughs of Resident Evil 3 OG, and the kind of strategies he has to use to deal with Nemesis in those random encounters, they're so weird. And
Carlos, do you copy?
It's just because Nemesis isn't done well mechanically in relation to the other mechanics of Resident Evil 3 OG and the environments. Okay, so put the shotgun shells away. This can be discarded. This section's amazing, by the way. The Hunter Gamas are a fantastic enemy type. They're the best enemy type of the game. These actually feel like a Resident Evil enemy with the way they flinch, with the fact that they can kill you instantly if you're not using the dodge skillfully. They're a very intimidating enemy when factoring in the lighting and the way they look. They're a perfect enemy. Like, why can't there be more enemy types like that? Like, there were no enemy types like that in Resident Evil Village. There were no enemy types like that in Resident Evil 4 Remake. Resident Evil 2 Remake didn't have any kind of enemies like that either. I mean, I'm just disappointed that the Hunter Gamas were, like, a fantastic enemy, but it's irrelevant because most of the enemy types in Resident Evil 3 Remake aren't really that good. By the way, can I just say I'm glad that they took influences from Resident Evil 7 with the takeout system. Do you have any idea how frustrating it was in the older Resident Evil games where you'd be taking out, like, 3 ink ribbon, but you could never take out 1. You had to take the whole set, and so every time you saved and you reloaded, you'd have to put the ink ribbon back into the inventory every single time, and it was so annoying. You're practically sitting through additional downtime. That might as well have been part of a loading screen. It was one of the stupidest designs with the ink ribbon system in every Resident Evil game, and it wasn't until 2017 that they finally fixed this issue with the pick 1 system. Look, take out 1, like that. If that was an ink ribbon and I saved, I would never have to go into the item box again after loading and put the ink ribbon back. It's a simple system. How did they not have this kind of mechanic? And Silent Hill had some mechanics with their inventory that could have been really useful to have in a Resident Evil title, like with the way you combine items and use them together. So like, if you had multiple key items that you had to use, like placing multiple slabs into a wall in Silent Hill, and I don't know which Silent Hill game introduced this, but you could combine all the key items together and place them all together at once. And so you don't have to sit through opening the inventory every single time and then selecting the key items, watching an animation play out, and then repeating the process. You don't have to do anything like that. It's such a simple thing, but it makes a huge difference in Resident Evil 7. And then Resident Evil 2 Remake and Resident Evil 3 Remake had this system. It's great. Let's do this. I'm gonna enjoy this a lot. Now, I don't recall what the lore was with the Hunter Gamas. I believe in the Remake timeline, the Hunter Gamas were sent to scour the sewers, and I think they were like guard dogs or something. But you never encounter them in Resident Evil 2 Remake, which is odd. If they were scouring the entire sewer network, why do we not encounter them in Resident Evil 2 Remake?
I'm definitely burning these clothes.
I don't like that comment. I don't know why she just says that out of nowhere. Here goes. Look at that, immediately stunned. That's how you reward skillful play. I dodged it perfectly. I get a stun right there. The legs is the vulnerable spot because they're having trouble maintaining balance because of the weight distribution between their head and their legs. So hitting their legs will cause them to collapse. But it doesn't have to hit the legs. Old Capcom understood the inaccuracies involved with punishing with the knife after a dodge. And so they made it where the knife always stuns this guy. And you never get any awkward moments. Why is that so hard to do for other enemy types in the Resident Evil series? It makes no sense. Like, that is just so perfect. That's a scary enemy, but well designed, and it obeys the laws of realistic feedback. March 4th, water temperature 18 degrees Celsius, pH 6.8. Gamma is released from tank for the first time. Movement sluggish, combat potential low. April 18th, water temperature 20 degrees Celsius, pH 6.8. Experimented with additional hormones and drugs. 1 adjustment bore positive results with a significant rise in combat potential. Specimen is now able to move quickly and swallow prey whole. June 30th, water temperature 22 degrees Celsius, pH 6.2. Umbrella has officially shut down Gamma research. We managed to smuggle some specimens with especially high potential from the lab before disposal. Dr. Logan Carlisle is more committed than ever to perfecting the Gamma line. Now, the part with the smuggling is interesting because it makes sense that this would be how Umbrella's data would end up on the black market after they would fall. And also, like, if they're talking about this guy smuggling specimens, then this has a canon timeline analog with the way Frederick Downing took the T-virus and G-virus from Raccoon City before the Raccoon City incident. So this is kind of establishing how these BOWs ended up on the black market. August 14th, water temperature 25 degrees Celsius, pH 5.8. 2 weeks since relocating to the sewers. Increased temperatures have led to a decrease in water quality, but specimens appear fine despite my concerns. Gamas quickly learned the layout of the sewers, and within 2 days were exploring the entire underground of Raccoon City. All specimens are familiar with and friendly towards us, but I have procured high-powered weaponry as a safeguard in the event that they become uncontrollable. Familiar with and friendly? If you're talking about a mindless beast, that could be possible. Even if the T-virus seems to be eroding their brain content. We were lucky to secure this place by bribing the sewage department chief, but it's beginning to feel cramped due to the Gamma's continued growth. We should begin to consider other possible arrangements. September 9th, water temperature 21 degrees Celsius, pH 6.1. A water treatment worker found his way into the lab, but the Gammas promptly eliminated him. This proves their viability for field use. I'll reach out to Umbrella's European branch tomorrow. Perhaps they will see the light. Umbrella Europe was involved in the production of Nemesis. We know that as well. I don't remember if in the canon timeline, Chris and Jill were actually going to investigate Umbrella in Europe. After the Raccoon City incident, they were going to investigate something. Like, I know Chris heard rumors about the G virus. I think that's what happened, so, like, that's why he wasn't in Raccoon City. I think that's the reason. I'll have to look back at the lore again. Invoice from Gunshop Kendo. Thank you for purchasing the Something Grenade Launcher. We've made special adjustments to this piece to ensure compatibility with a variety of ammo types. Of course, not to the same degree as the Grenade Launcher in Resident Evil 6, that's for sure. Or like in Resident Evil 5. For optimal performance, be sure to choose the right ammo for the right situation. As we discussed at the time of purchase, this is a refurbished model, and the chamber needs to be manually cycled between shots. It'll take an extra moment, but this is reflected in the price as agreed. So there's the Grenade Launcher, very helpful against the Hunter Gammas, but I'm not going to use it. Actually, no, I do just use it here, actually. So I killed this one so that it's not a problem later on. It's dead. I love those jiggle physics. But I know there's going to be 2 anti-alpha parasites right here, and I use the Magnum to get rid of them. Here they come. There's a Hunter Gamma right here. I stun this guy, trigger the other one, and then I get past this guy right here. What a well-designed section. That is really good. This section is intelligently designed. I really love it. It's just there are parts of Resident Evil 3 Remake that don't feel as intelligently designed, unfortunately. Hang on, let me restart again. Yeah, I do need the grenades for Nemesis. I remember that. So I need to put this away. The pistol doesn't have use right now. That's one of the other things I really like about these playthroughs I do. It helps me get a new perspective on new strategies I should implement. New approaches. And unlike Resident Evil 2 Remake, this game actually encourages the use of the guns properly. Resident Evil 2 Remake didn't need any of the guns. That entire game is so simplistically designed. You can just do it knife only. Like, the sacrifices they had to make that game perfect for knife only, they're just too high. Okay, so I'll take that. I'll take this. Take that as well. Love leather. Love how it just says a love leather. I mean, I definitely understand the times when people get very attracted to non-human entities, stuff like that. It's understandable, because unfortunately a lot of human relationships tend to diminish very quickly. That's why there's so much divorce around the world. Sexual attraction to humans tends to predicate a lot of violent crimes, a lot of other power dynamics that lead to other crimes. It's understandable. My little darlings, it's already been 3 months since we fled here together. I find myself thinking back to the day you hatched. Your little voices made me tremble with pride. Your adorable little bodies brimming with incredible destructive power. I'm really there's something quite appealing about this. I love it. And of course, that voracious, insatiable appetite. There's something that doesn't feel weird about this. I mean, like, I know Marcus, he had a lot of reversion towards the leeches as well. You are no less than the pinnacle of the Hunter series, and yet they ordered me to destroy you. They said you were unfit for use as weapons because of a few minor vulnerabilities. So what if you're susceptible to heat? So what if your delicate mandibles are exposed when you feed? Haven't they ever heard of character flaws? It's those very flaws that make you so very, very precious to me. But we'll show them yet. Down here, we'll continue to walk this evolutionary path together. We'll prove to Umbrella that you, my beloved 100 Gamas, are truly superior. And the part he says about character flaws is very important. If you were to think about it from like a poetic sense, or like from a character development sense, or like when you're trying to like raise someone, or when you're trying to teach someone a lesson, character flaws are very important like that. So I totally understand what he means. Yep, can't forget about this. Yeah, so these 100 Gamas despawn. There's another file here, I remember that. Sewer workers' notes. It happened again. They got Kane this time. I saw it all. One of those things just swallowed him whole, head to toe. I tried to warn them when Bill went missing 2 weeks back. The cops said he'd probably skip town, but I said no way. Not with his baby coming any day. But did they listen? Nope. This is bullshit. Fucking puke-breathing, toad-faced mother... I've never heard anyone talk like that. Who talks like that? It's like in Silent Hill 2 Remake. I remember the first time you examined the save point, James is like, what was that? It felt like someone was groping my brain. Groping my... Who says that? Groping my brain. Who says that? That's so weird. Every time I think I've lost them, another one pops out of the tunnels. And it's not like I can count on the fucking cops. Don't trust those pencil pushers at HQ either. Next time one of those freaks shows its face, I'm gonna hit it right in its big ugly mouth. Okay, I don't need that. I'll take that. Shotgun shells are very important when you're dealing with the Nemesis 2 form. I will say, I do understand what that researcher meant when he said he liked the 100 Gamas. I do like their shiny skin. Like, with the lighting, their shiny skin is really noticeable. Like, they just look like a really cool enemy type, too. On top of the fact that they're a really well-designed enemy. But this part right here, if you stand in this spot, you'll make the 100 Gamma go away quicker. He'll go back down. He'll come back up again. I'm gonna go over here and get the high-grade gunpowder and the additional hip pouch. Oh, additional explosive. Wow, I missed out on a lot of things. Yeah, what a really well-designed section. That is so... Oh, shit. God damn it, I forgot to get the key. I always... Shit! I make that mistake a lot where I forget to get the battery pack right here. God, look at the lighting, too. I love it when the darkness is on the Hunter Gamma, because it really does look scary. New Capcom should really be proud of themselves. They've made a fantastic enemy type. Everything else is just not as good. Increased through security. We've been receiving reports of unauthorized personnel in the control areas of the facility. In response, we are replacing the aging mechanical locks and implementing new security protocols.
Carlos, can you hear me now?
Jill. Oh, thank God. Everything okay?
Yeah, I'm alive. I lost him.
Great. The subway's ready to go. We'll leave as soon as you make it back.
I do wonder how Nemesis just knows she's in there. And I know Under the Mayo criticized this scene because it was just so dumb how Nemesis grabs onto Jill and doesn't kill her. But like that kind of stuff happens all the time in media. You can't really think of it like that. But like Previously, when Nemesis grabbed onto Jill, she shot him in the head with a pistol. So I imagine something similar would have occurred, which is why he throws her away. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, this is nowhere near as bad as how it was in Resident Evil 4 Remake, because literally, like, Torres Mendez chokes out Leon, trying to kill him, even though he injected Leon with the plaga. He's then shot at by Ada, throws Leon away, pretends to leave his house, and then ambushes Ada in the same sort of way. Like, he literally grabs her from behind the door, and he just throws her away. Why the hell, minutes after Torres Mendez was choking out Leon, he just decides to throw Ada away? That's far worse than this scene. There's no kind of prior behavior that Nemesis has done that contradicts this moment, mere minutes before this moment happens. It's hard to really criticize it the same way.
Can you use weapons?
Oh, hang on, I need to get all this stuff as well. See that. I'll take the flash grenade with me just in case. And then I'll take that. This guy generally does the anti-alpha grab, which is why it's easy to dodge him.
I gotta get out. Quick.
I need to make sure I save enough space for the loot I need to pick up in Nemesis' encounter. This song is really cool, by the way. I love this song. It's called Desperate Ascent. I remember Under the Mayo criticizing this part as well. All of a sudden, Nemesis is invulnerable to grenades because it's a moment where you have to run. But why would any rational person ever try to shoot Nemesis during this moment? Well, I also remember this. I remember Under the Mayo criticized the fact that the building seems to be burning down. Like, you're in a big rush, which doesn't feel like it at all, and you're gonna take the time to read notes. And I bet in his review of Separate Ways Remake, if he ever did a review of Separate Ways Remake, he never pointed out in the final part where you're running to get the rocket launcher with that time limit, you can take the time to read that note from the Newman Arm Corps on the special rocket launcher. I bet he never criticized that. That's how hypocritical he'd be if he didn't criticize that moment, because that moment's way worse, because there's a time limit happening. There's no time limit in this part. That's why it's not a big deal. There was a time limit in Separate Ways Remake. That's why it was a big deal in that part. How stupid it was that we were just suddenly reading notes while in the middle of this big running moment. It was just really silly on Under the Mayo's part. This boss fight coming up is absolutely phenomenal. It is really good. This is such a great boss fight with the skill involved with using your weapons intelligently. They even allow you to use the knife in a way that makes sense, because Nemesis is only going to be able to do one attack in the first phase, which helps in allowing you to save up on ammunition for the next phases. So I pick up that. You do have to be careful here because the flames have phantom range to the right, so he can actually hit you with the flamethrower without touching you somehow. It's weird. There we go. So now you need to equip a grenade, wait for him to step forward. There we go. And there we go. There we go. Excellent. That's nothing. That's just an herb. I'm gonna use another grenade here.
Still picking?
See? Look at that. That is what a Resident Evil boss should be. That is skillful use of my weapons and ammunition to end this boss very fast. That is how you do a boss fight, and the attacks work really well. Minus the moments where Nemesis uses the flamethrower as a melee weapon, you dodge the melee attacks and you just end up taking fire damage out of nowhere. That is one of the best bosses in the Resident Evil series. The music is great. This Nemesis has the right amount of health. There's skillful use of your ammunition. It just works really well. It's so good. And plus, it also makes sense that he would die that fast if it's going to complement this whole moment where Jill has to finish off Nemesis quickly before the building explodes. You know, I still find it hard to believe that Jill can be as athletic and acrobatic as she is with being able to do these roles, when she couldn't even do that in Resident Evil 1 Remake. It was always like a very odd transition, and it's only been 2 months. Like, where was she getting additional training in 2 months to be able to roll under attacks and do stuff like that? It was always very weird to me.
Carlos, it's Jill. Do you read me?
Loud and clear. You all right?
Yeah. Bastard's dead.
Good. Fuck him. What were you thinking? Turning yourself into bait. You could have been killed.
Don't start. I did what I had to.
I know. And thanks. The subway's ready to go. Hurry back.
Alright, now we have this part. And good thing I have plenty of pistol ammo, because this part with the anti-alpha parasite can be annoying. There we go. And I'm gonna shoot that anti-alpha parasite there to lure him over to the barrels. That was a critical hit just then. Come on, you. Still kicking, huh? There we go. And the zombies are not going to follow me down here. I mean, I didn't even need to shoot the regular zombies. I should have just dealt with the anti-alpha parasite. Because getting past the zombies would have been simple. But there's high-grade gunpowder in here, I remember that. And then Kendo shows up here for some reason. I know Resident Evil 2 Remake takes place after this, but I don't know, his presence just doesn't really seem necessary.
Don't move! Shit, Jill.
Kendo, you're all right.
You're all right's a stretch.
Did Jill actually know Kendo in the canon timeline? I know Leon did, or like Leon knew Kendo's brother, and Kendo's brother, I believe, is the one that made the Silver Ghost. I think that's what I recall from the Survive magazine. The Silver Ghost pistol that Leon took into the Illuminados incident. I know there's a file or like some kind of indication that this is Robert Kendo, right? Or is this Joe Kendo? This guy was actually responsible for distributing the ammunition around in Raccoon City in the canon timeline, which is why you find the ammo where it is. They didn't have to provide that detail, but it's nice of them to do so.
Sorry, I got a little jumpy there. Didn't know quite what to expect.
No shit. Look, we're using the subway to get people out of town. You in?
Subway. Well, that's good thinking.
When we get out, there's gonna be a lot to do. We could use a man of your skill set.
Why don't they actually mention his brother here?
What's wrong?
Nothing. Just bad timing is all.
Yeah, because of your infected daughter. Was she really infected during this time? So, like, how was she not turned into a zombie in 24 hours? Because it's September 29th or September 30th, based on what Resident Evil 4 Remake said. I mean, I don't know if Resident Evil 2 Remake starts on September 29th or September 30th, but If this is September 28th and Kendo's daughter is infected, how is she not turned into a zombie by now? And furthermore, remember how in the gas station in Resident Evil 2 Remake, that guy who was bit in the neck and pointed towards the back area, he became a zombie immediately? After being bitten? Like, well, why is the infection time so sporadic? That was another thing that was confusing with Resident Evil 3 OG, and same with here, because how did Jill not turn into a zombie? How is it that there are certain differences with the individuals that allow them to be like late bloomers, or like the virus takes longer to incubate inside their bodies? Was Jill just lucky that she didn't turn into a zombie before Carlos could administer the vaccine? I'd really have to look into the lore a little bit better and understand how Jill survived. Those discrepancies with what I listed with that guy in the gas station and with Kendo's daughter, it's so odd how that guy in the gas station turned so quickly. I mean, she was losing her speech. I remember that in Resident Evil 2 Remake. So I'm confused by that.
Look, don't worry about me. I'm gonna make other arrangements, okay?
You better. You're the best gunsmith around.
Oh, no.
Don't do anything stupid.
Oh, that's your job, right?
I don't know if it was appropriate for Jill to say you're the best gunsmith around with that kind of casual manner. Didn't feel right. Take out this guy, and I'm gonna shoot him. There we go. Raccoon Times Reader's Column. Dear Editor, I'm writing to you because I am troubled, deeply troubled. Anyone who's been a parent knows that Crystal Promenade is the place to take your kids for a trip downtown on Saturdays, and there's no store more popular or harder on a parent's wallet than Toy Uncle. However, I've noticed that on windy days, the big statue above the entrance wobbles like the only thing holding it up is a couple of screws. If that statue's head tumbles loose on a busy day, children will be hurt. I've complained to the manager 3 times now, but he just isn't willing to rectify the situation. Are we supposed to wait for a terrible accident to happen before taking action? No. If heads are going to roll, then let it be the managers. Take that death trap down. Timothy Wiles. So odd that they would just have a file related to such an inconsequential sequence. I question why they would do that when the cutscene already showcases that. This sequence is pretty bad on Infernal difficulty. You have to do it in one specific way. I question when Nemesis took the time to get an additional weapon crate.
Rocket launcher? Really?
You have to go to the right first. That way you can easily get right here, but you have to wait around this corner. If you don't wait around the corner, it's completely random what Nemesis does. Either he'll like sprint and use his rocket launcher, or he'll sprint and attack you. So you gotta mitigate that. So by standing around the corner like this, you can force Nemesis to use nothing but the rocket launcher. So you gotta wait for the right moment. Yep, so now's the time. Shoot this way. That kills the anti-alpha parasite. And yes, I'm well aware that this is the area that Leon and Ada go to when they're trying to get to that tunnel over there, to get to Umbrella's lab. It's still annoying that they didn't bother focusing on like a Leon campaign and a Claire campaign for Resident Evil 2 Remake to properly clarify the events that took place. Like, if they were going to use Resident Evil 2 Remake to complement the canon timeline, like, if they should have used that Remake format for that. They should have used the format of Resident Evil 2 Remake with a Leon campaign and a Claire campaign to clarify the events that actually took place in Raccoon City. That would then satisfy the events of Resident Evil Degeneration and other Resident Evil titles that showcase Raccoon City and what happened with Leon and Claire. Because I know people say that Claire A and Leon B is the canon version, but the thing is that in Resident Evil Degeneration, there are 2 scenes that showcase the past. So there's one scene where Leon and Claire are together on the streets. Leon has a pistol and Claire has a shotgun, and they're firing at zombies. And then there's the nuclear blast that occurs at the end. And then the second scene is when Claire actually sees Birkin in his G1 form. But the thing is, in Claire A, Claire doesn't encounter G1 Birkin. She encounters a G adult instead. It's Leon who encounters Birkin instead. Leon encounters G1 Birkin on the upper levels, and then Claire encounters the G adult in the sewer area. They should have used Resident Evil 2 Remake to properly clarify the events. That's what should have been done. Instead, you have the 4 scenario design, and they don't even link the first scenario to the second scenario in a way that makes sense. I mean, the 4 scenarios might as well be 4 separate timelines Because there's no way Leon encountered G1 Birkin in the same area that Claire encounters in both scenarios. Like, there's stuff like that that really doesn't make any sense. Like, why would they design the scenarios like that? It makes no sense. There we go, that's what you're supposed to do every time. It works every single time on Infernal difficulty, and this Any-Alpha Parasite doesn't attack you.
Jill, you okay?
Carlos, that monster's on my ass again.
Are you shitting me? I thought you killed it.
Me too.
Good thing the shrapnel didn't impact your flesh. And I know people were disappointed that this is the only time you encounter the rocket launcher form of Nemesis, but I don't care. I mean, Nemesis has problems in his original form, so I imagine there would have been problems in his rocket launcher form as well.
Jill, you there? I think I know how to slow that fucker down. Head back
That's a dumb obstacle to put, by the way. Those barrels, Jill could easily get over that. Why isn't there just like fire or something? Why is it just a bunch of barrels?
It's okay. Trust me.
Like, this actually makes sense with having fire right there. How did Nemesis even know to shoot that? Okay, but I gotta be fast right here. So I gotta run like perfectly straight like this, so that he'll use the rocket launcher right there instead of charge at me.
Jill, this way.
I wonder how Carlos convinced the others to wait while he secures Jill. I find it very interesting that that tiny claymore was able to just knock him back like that.
Go. Go.
Come on, forget about him.
Come on. Let's get out of here.
Carlos, I know we didn't get off to a great start, but thanks for the save.
Hey, you saved my ass first. You're a hell of a lot braver than me.
Well, what matters is that we can get everyone out of the city now.
Yeah. Hey, you'll be safe.
What about you?
Now, from the sound of it, I won't be catching the train.
Why not?
No, there'll be new orders. If it means I can help save the city, it's fine by me.
Good work. Your reputation is well deserved. Get inside. The subway's about to leave. Carlos, Tyrell, you have your orders. You need to go back out into the city and find Nathaniel Bard.
Yeah, was Tyrell in Resident Evil 3 OG? Was he one of the UBCS members that Nikolai killed in the hospital?
This isn't the last ride out of town, right?
Do not worry. Once the civilians are safe, the train will be back.
It's all right. You're going ahead. I'm not gonna die on you, leave you in a cold, cruel, Carlosless world.
Okay.
You'll need to find this scientist. His vaccine research could save us all.
You see? You're learning. The only life that matters is your own.
What are you talking about? What does that have to do with Carlos rescuing Jill and Jill helping these civilians? Is it just because she lured the Nemesis away? I don't understand what he means.
Good luck. Let's go.
And also, if Nikolai is aware of the Nemesis, shouldn't he be aware that Nemesis is after stars? So why invite Jill on the train when he knows that Nemesis will be after her? And isn't that what leads to this train wreck? I haven't watched this cutscene in a long time, so I find it odd how he doesn't prevent Jill from getting on the train when he knows that Nemesis has been specifically programmed with targeting the stars members. Okay, so now it's September 29th.
You don't really think a pencil pusher like Barton is still alive, do you?
I have it on good authority. Why? Are you worried about teammates?
You know, how exactly does Nemesis get on the train? Did he really just run after the train and he's that fast? This was also confusing in Resident Evil 3 OG as well. How did Nemesis get on the train if it was running?
Or something else?
And this is an underground train too. I think that subway car you restored in Resident Evil 3 OG was above ground, not below ground. So maybe there was some way for Nemesis to get on the train in Resident Evil 3 OG. But here, because it's underground, how does he do it?
Funny how brainless zombies can ambush a platoon like that. Funny the gate was locked. Don't you think?
He knows?
What was that?
You see, like, how is he here? And Nikolai is really chancing on the fact that he's going to survive this when he knows he's invited Jill onto the train.
How is this fucker not dead yet?
Just know they're gone. Come, this way.
Nikolai, what are you doing?
It's not after you.
Oh, okay. So he does acknowledge that. Yeah, like I said, I've not seen this cutscene in a long time, so I completely forgot about what exactly happens here. So nice of Nikolai to answer my own question.
Get off my train. Shit bird!
I recall that line. So how exactly did Nikolai escape?
Oh, it's been a while. Subway's got to be clear of the city by now.
Along with your hot date.
Nah, she's not like that. Hell, she's not like anybody.
You know, I just realized there's more radio conversations between Jill and Carlos than in Resident Evil 2 Remake, with no conversations between Leon and Claire over like any kind of walkie-talkie or anything, and between Leon and Ada. So somehow they felt the need to have Jill and Carlos communicate more than with Leon and Claire in Resident Evil 2 Remake. I just realized that. That is odd.
Keep your head screwed on, Romeo. This is the police station.
You sure? It looks like a cemetery to me.
Brad, stop!
T.
Come on, man. Not you too.
Wow, so odd that he flinches from shots like that when that does not happen in Resident Evil 2 Remake and Resident Evil 3 Remake, with consistent flinches like that with shots.
Sorry.
And that's enough to drop Marvin's guard, with Brad just out of the blue saying sorry.
Shit, it's locked.
You stay on the door. I got this fucker. Come get some.
Leave it. Come on. Ha!
Where'd that cop go?
Don't know, don't care. We got a job to do.
If our intel's still worth a damn, then Bard's in the STARS office. Let's find him and take him into custody.
Custody? I thought this was a rescue.
Carlos, take a look at this.
You have to wait around for a bit.
Office. Remember, Bard had access to Umbrella's darkest secrets. He knows we'll try to keep him under our thumbs.
So this search and rescue mission is really more like find and detain. Right. Good to know.
I'll open the shutter so you can get through.
You stay here and find out what's been going on here at the station.
Call you if I find anything. Hey! Be careful.
Yeah. You too, man.
It's so funny. Bard had access to Umbrella's darkest secrets, and so he had to be captured and detained. And yet, Luis was a member of Umbrella's Europe Laboratory 6 team that was involved in the production of Nemesis and other BOWs. And do they even mention that Luis even handle BOWs? I mean, they're so vague about his details. And he just resigned from Umbrella? Like, why did Umbrella allow him to resign if he was working on BOWs? It doesn't make sense. If they're going to be trying to track down Dr. Bard, who had all these dark secrets about Umbrella, why would they let Luis go? That doesn't make sense. Unless he was working in some other division and they took his good-intentioned research and perverted it. But he was like their top researcher, I believe, in his report. That is so odd. Like, again, it's another thing that makes no sense about the Umbrella connection with Luis.
Area looks clear. Now here's a weird fucking door.
Leave it. We're here for Bard.
Interesting how they just let you go up here when there's absolutely nothing here. I remember in Resident Evil 3 OG, the reason why certain barricades were on doors, like there was a barricade on that door in Resident Evil 3 OG, was because there were still survivors around. So when Jill enters the RPD, there are still survivors around, which relates back to the Shelter the Wounded file. So that's why there are zombies, like lots of zombies in the RPD when Jill is around. And so I think Jill eliminated them, which is why you don't see as many zombies in Resident Evil 2 OG when Leon and Claire are around. So that's a really cool detail. That's something that Ioma-san mentioned to Carcinogen SDA when he was playing Resident Evil 3 OG with Ioma-san.
What was that thing?
So I do like that they bring in the liquors here. There's liquors around in the RPD, so it's cool that, you know, when Carlos comes here, there are liquors around. You don't see liquors in Resident Evil 3 OG. I at least like that aspect of Resident Evil 3 Remake with introducing an enemy type that was in Resident Evil 2 Remake and putting it here. That's a nice way to connect the games.
Couldn't have been a zombie. It didn't stick around.
I've never heard Carlos say these lines.
We go.
Yeah. Also, the punch that Carlos does, it does give you iframes, but the thing is, in order to even do the punch, you have to press R1 at the right moment. Like, you have to press R1 a second time at the right moment for it to work. Yeah, it's a flash grenade. Yeah, you need this.
T, you copy? There's something real nasty in here. I don't know what it is.
Something nasty. All right. I'll take a look with the cameras. Watch your 6.
They at least put a greater emphasis on the radio conversations compared to Resident Evil 2 Remake. That's so ironic. You know, like, the interaction between Leon and Claire and that sense of working together to escape Raccoon City, that was conveyed in one aspect through the radio conversations, but they just removed a lot of that in Resident Evil 2 Remake for some reason, and then they reintroduced these radio conversations in Resident Evil 3 Remake. So why would they do that kind of 180? Why is it always so random how long it takes a zombie to bust through a door? It's nice that they put a bit more emphasis on the combat right here. You know, they heighten the threat with the number of zombies that you're dealing with, so you have to dispatch them. Makes sense, especially since we're playing as a character who doesn't have a lot of loot compared to Jill. I don't remember what this is. I don't know what item it is, but the code should be 9157, right? Yes, okay. No, it's just a hip pouch. Completely pointless for Carlos. So September 20th arrest report. Rodney Gray, occupation unemployed, former electrician, unlawful creation and or possession of explosives. Suspect was seen behaving suspiciously at 1442 Box Street on September 18, 1998. Suspect's person was searched, producing a small explosive and a timed detonator from his inside pocket, leading to arrest on the charges listed above. A search of suspect's home found more than 20 additional homemade explosives at various stages of completion. Suspect was extremely agitated and not of sound mind. Suspect spoke feverishly when questioning began, and at one point questioning had to be halted due to a sudden bout of shrieking from suspect. Once questioning was resumed, suspect made the following statements: "I didn't do it for me, I did it for you. Why doesn't anyone understand? The corpse is attacked from the shadows." This was on September 18th. A storm's coming, but this umbrella is no good. Gotta blow it up or you'll be more than just wet. Gotta get more bombs. They're coming soon. Gotta hurry. Burn them, burn the corpses, burn them good. During questioning, the suspect began to shake violently before resuming a shrieking fit. Questioning was ended and a sedatives administered. Due to suspect's unstable psychiatric condition, suspect's testimony changed from moment to moment. Suspect's delirium made any sort of dialogue impossible. We are currently awaiting the results of a doctor's investigation into suspect's condition. The explosives collected from suspect's person and residence appear to be extremely powerful. As a safety precaution, a battery was removed from one detonation device upon its admission into evidence. The battery was secured in the safety deposit room. Interrogating Officer Wes Strucker. I don't remember reading that file in my blind playthrough.
Kind of fucked up shooting cops.
I don't recall that line.
Well, if cameras killed those things, I'd be set.
I believe that quote references Fatal Frame. I think that's what the game was called. I think you trapped ghosts in the cameras. That's how that worked.
Carlos, the STAR's office is up ahead.
Copy that.
These are very important. Well, the shotgun's not even in there. I wonder why that is.
Carlos, I've hit a dead end with the terminal here. Gotta head your way.
Copy that.
Note to a friend. Hector, if you're reading this, I'm already dead. If you hear any noises coming from the locker, do not open it, please. While you were out on patrol, I focused on finding a way to get to the other side. I realized that explosives might be our best bet. I managed to rig up a pretty good bomb, but we don't have any batteries for the detonator. I'm pretty sure I sent one to the safety deposit room during intake last week. We need that battery if you're going to knock this wall down, so I headed upstairs to find you since I know you have the safety deposit room key. As soon as I left the shower room, I was attacked. One of them bit me. I washed the wound as best I could, but I feel worse and worse. I hope I don't need to spell out why you must not open the locker. Please don't worry about me. Just get yourself out of here as fast as you can. Your buddy Wes. P.S. Don't worry about that $600 I lent you. Think of it as a gift towards your upcoming move. Good luck, buddy. So I remember people were disappointed by this. You just blow up the wall. Like, people thought that was Nemesis breaking down the wall, so it would indicate that Nemesis would appear in the RPD, but he doesn't. You just blow open the wall. I don't know if that's really a safe place you want to be standing, dude. That just seems rather close. Oh, come on! Made it. Yeah, I remember that zombie being a problem. You kind of have to wait a little bit before you throw the flash grenade because then you'll be stunned.
Dr. Bard.
Oh, thank God. Do you know how long I've been trying to reach somebody?
Don't worry, we're gonna get you out of there. Just tell me where you are.
I'm trapped in a goddamn hospital, surrounded by every kind of abomination. Look, just send in stars. They're gonna know what to do.
No, negative. RPD's overrun too.
Then figure it out!
Was this scene with Dr. Bard supposed to be this low on the frame rate? I don't remember it being this stuttery.
Umbrella's gone crazy. They're killing all the researchers. I am the only one who knows how to make the vaccine to stop the zombies.
Why are they killing all the researchers? Was that a thing in Resident Evil 3 OG? Are they trying to make sure that evidence doesn't get out that they're involved with the United States government? Or like they were involved in the production of BOWs? Because there were so plenty of Umbrella researchers around. They're the ones that were involved in the restoration of Umbrella, and then Wesker perverted their good intentions to try to revive it into Blue Umbrella. That would be his private military company. So why are they trying to kill all the researchers?
So you can either sit there with your dick in your hand or send somebody who's capable of getting me the hell out of here.
I like him already.
Yeah, you would. You heard what he said. We can't turn him over to the company.
That's not our call to make. That's Mikhail's call. I'm gonna check the computer, see if I can trace the doc's location. This'll take some time. Look around, see if you can find anything useful.
Huh, Chris's leather isn't here? You can't get the first aid spray from Rebecca's bag. Report on the mansion incident? Oh, they talk about it here? This bizarre incident occurred in a mansion owned by the Umbrella Corporation located in the Arklay Mountains. I mean, technically Spencer's the one that owns the mansion, not really Umbrella. Umbrella used it to hide their laboratory beneath the mansion. On July 23rd, Star's Bravo team was dispatched to the Arklay Mountains to investigate a series of mysterious and grisly murders, which were the dog kills. And also they were transporting Billy Cohen around this time, and went unexpectedly radio silent. On July 24th, Alpha Team was dispatched as well and became entangled in the events at the nearby mansion. The incident culminated in the destruction of the mansion. Casualties were numerous. The only survivors were 5 members of STARS. The cause of the incident was the illegal BOW experiments being carried out in a secret Umbrella lab beneath the mansion. The T-virus being used in these experiments escaped the facility and is presumed to be the root cause of all that occurred. However, all evidence was destroyed along with the mansion, so further investigation has proven to be extremely difficult. So who wrote this? Why would this be here? Because the RPD is owned by Brian Irons. Wouldn't this kind of correspondence catch his eye and he would silence the person who made this? I don't understand.
Is that Jill in the front row?
I can't tell if that's actually the original version or if that's remade.
Yeah, what's up? Derailed. Was anyone hurt?
Jill?
Oh, shit. Wait, what? Jill! Jill, what happened? Jill, come in! T, I gotta go.
Do what you gotta. I'll take care of Bard.
Odd that they would just show that time at the end of Carlos's scene, and then just say several minutes earlier. Like, why would they not put the timestamp here instead?
Am I the only one who made it?
So what was Nikolai doing while they were escaping on the train in Resident Evil 3 OG?
Carlos? Come in. Carlos? Damn it. I guess I'm out of range.
Okay, this is just talking about the mine rounds. Good news, Olympics. All this weird talk. But again, it's ex-convicts, ex-soldiers, stuff like that. I've got some new weaponry for you that's guaranteed to put the brass back in your sacks. They're called mine rounds. These babies were developed by Umbrella's military R&D. But Umbrella doesn't have a military. They rely upon other private military companies, like Dylan's group. So why are they saying military R&D? Like, are they saying, like, this is the research division for, like, the U.S. military specifically? And they will light your fires even hotter than the lover you left back home. They're tough to find and tricky to handle, but trust me, they're worth it. Alright, let's take a look at the specs. Mine rounds are designed for standard issue grenade launchers. Don't get cute and try to load them in anything else. Fire them at walls or the ground, and they'll stay right where you put them. The sensor in the mine will detect approaching enemies and detonate when they get within range. So basically, just toss them in an enemy's path, and you've got yourself a landmine. There's no such thing as unfair when you're taking on those giant freaks, so get out there and fight dirty. What giant freaks? What are you talking about? What giant BOWs are you fighting? The only one that's giant is Nemesis. Or like the Hunter Gamas. So what are you talking about? I need the shotgun, which is right here, which is really well designed. Great of New Capcom to make that a thing where if you didn't pick up the shotgun in the earlier area, you're able to use it here. You know, they want you to be prepared for the sequences that are designed with these weapons in mind. It's really good. So I've done this boss a couple of times, so I know how to deal with him.
Walker's still alive. I can't stay here.
And here's the meme quote coming up. I'm amazed he's burning right now. He had no problems with the fire back in the train, but now he's flailing around in pain for some reason. Or is it that he's flailing around because he's mutating?
Bitch can't even swim.
What a stupid quote. Why would Jill ever say that kind of line?
Carlos, respond.
Yeah, what's up?
We didn't make it. The train derailed.
Derailed? Was anyone hurt?
No, everybody's dead. Mikhail, everybody.
Shit.
Nikolai left us to die.
Wait, what?
What the fuck? Get back!
So, I know Under the Mayo had a huge problem with this mutation, but his reasons were not right. But, you know, I said before, the limiter coat that these Tyrant models wear, assuming Nemesis even is a Tyrant, are there to keep the infection under control. At least I assume Nemesis is using a limiter coat similar to like the T-103 Tyrants. But I also theorize that the reason why he's four-legged like this is because it's trying to resemble the Lickers mutation, where they're on all fours. Because I don't know the exact details as to why a Licker mutation occurs. It's something that's slightly different to the V-Axe strain that causes the creation of the Crimson Heads. But I assume what they're trying to show is that Nemesis has some T-viral variant that's similar to the T-viral variant that leads to the development of Lickers. So the four-legged part is what is meant to link Nemesis to the Lickers, and even his face kind of looks like a Licker when you just look at it closely. I only came up with this idea like last week when I was thinking about it more closely. So I wonder if they made Nemesis four-legged like this to serve as an offshoot of the Licker mutation, to show that they have like similar T-viral strains. I mean, Nemesis did infect Jill with the T-virus, we know that, but I don't know if his variant of the T-virus was slightly different to the T-viral variant that created the zombies and the Lickers. Is that what New Capcom is trying to show right here? I don't know.
Jill, what happened? Jill, come in!
He kind of looks like a Licker right there. I mean, his teeth don't exactly resemble what the Lickers are, and his brain's not exposed, but it's close, I would say. And he doesn't even have eyes.
Come on!
I mean, he doesn't have the lance tongue, but I think that's what's applied to his arm, because he does develop that tentacle, which maybe the latch tongue genotype got transferred to his arm somehow. I can't reload just yet because... Oh, that was close. It's always so annoying how you can't dodge while reloading in this game, so that's why you have to wait for the right moment to reload. It's really dumb because in Resident Evil Revelations you could dodge while reloading, and I think in Resident Evil 3 OG it was kind of similar. I don't know. And even like Resident Evil 6 allows you to dodge while reloading. Why is this the only Resident Evil game where you can't dodge while reloading? This is a great time to reload. Whoa! That's dangerous. It's also completely inconsistent how many shots from the shotgun it takes to stun this guy and put him into that animation. Yeah, this fight works really well. I previously lambasted this fight, but I think it was more so down to the fact that his HP was really high, but maybe I was just playing the fight wrong. But he's not that bad of a boss. I'm not going to waste any grenade launcher rounds. I need these for the later parts. I will say, I'm going to show you something really silly with this fight. Watch this. I just discovered this on my blind playthrough on accident. See? I have no idea how it works that way, but that's awesome. Oh, I thought I messed up my dodge just then.
Gotta find a way to stop it.
I'll use the mine round here.
I'm gonna kill you.
This does a lot of damage to him. We're on the third phase now. Okay, we're still going. Okay. I honestly prefer waiting for him to hang off the side of the clock tower before using the mine round. That way it's a lot easier to set up for when he's on the ground. Like that. So I can easily set up right here. I need to get him to that police car right there because that has mine rounds. There we go. Whoa! I did not know he could do that move in this fight.
It's too hard to hit while it's moving.
There we go.
Right? Let's do this. Suck it!
That's also annoying too, because that is actually a mechanic where if you hit Nemesis out of the air with the grenade launcher, it exposes his parasite, but it's just trying to get into that situation where that's possible is really annoying in the next fight with him. And also it's pointless too, because he doesn't remain in that incapacitated state for long enough for you to capitalize on the weak spot. But it's still cool how they show Jill using the grenade launcher in the cutscene.
Carlos, you still there? Come on, you're gonna crap out on me now? God damn it.
What a silly quote. Let's make sure I pick up all the ammunition here. I'm just surprised I hated this fight. In many of my playthroughs of Resident Evil 3 Remake, it's not bad. It's just you need a lot of shotgun ammo, that's the thing, because he does have a bit of life. He regenerated his arm very quickly. I don't know if that's like the phenotype of the liquor being expressed in his arm instead of the tongue. And she got jabbed with something. And he was just there the whole time?
Interesting. You've done me a big favor, Miss.
What do you mean? You've done me a big favor. Are you observing the effect of Nemesis's T-virus on her? Like, what? What do you mean? Like, how is that related to the combat data with Nemesis? Half a day later. It's almost 12 hours later.
Jill! Hey, answer me.
And again, she's still somehow going to be alive, yet Kendo's daughter is still not turned into a zombie, but her speech is deteriorating. And then that guy in the gas station turned immediately. It just makes no sense.
God damn it.
Like, is the point where you're bitten or stabbed like the important part to consider here?
Tyrell, do you copy?
What's going on?
Jill's been infected. I'm taking her to the hospital. Maybe Dr. Bard can save her.
All right, I'll meet you there.
So I always did find it very strange how in Resident Evil 3 OG, Carlos conveniently finds the hospital that has the vaccine there. So I'm guessing Dr. Bard being in the hospital that's associated with Umbrella, and that would then lead to Carlos figuring out where he is, and he would use that hospital area to help Jill out. I guess that makes a bit of sense, or maybe it's just something I didn't see in Resident Evil 3 OG's lore. Maybe there's a reason why that hospital is right next to the clock tower.
I got you. Fight it, Jill. I'm gonna get you the vaccine.
Like, he just somehow knows the vaccine's here.
I promise.
If there even is a vaccine, I guess that's what he means. I can only imagine how much physical therapy she'll need for being unconscious for 12 hours.
Tyrell, where's Bard now?
Gotta be the lab in the back. Stay frosty, I'm on my way.
Copy. I'll go on ahead. I don't got time for this!
Welcome to the office of Dr. Nathaniel Bard. Please state your business clearly into the intercom.
Nurse's Journal, September 25th. Every day they bring in more of these mystery illness patients. The sedatives don't stop their delirium, so we have to put them in straitjackets and move them to the isolation wing. Problem is, the isolation wing is already bursting at the seams. The director has ordered us to admit anyone with symptoms free of charge, but what does he expect us to do? Wish them better? We don't have a cure. Oh, how we all wish for universal health care. And that's not all that's bothering me. When these patients die, they're not collected by the usual mortuary teams. We've been told it's special handling to prevent the illness from spreading, but I'm not sure I buy it. Miranda saw some guys wheeling a body through the forbidden door during the night. Why? Where? What is going on?
Dr. Bard, are you in there? I'm here to rescue you. Open the door.
No voice match found.
Voice match? What kind of sci-fi bullshit is this?
What, did they not have anything like this back in 1998?
Open sesame.
No voice match found.
This is Nathaniel Bard. Open the door, please.
No voice match found.
Come on, let me in, you piece of shit.
No voice match found.
Guess it has to be the voice of someone with clearance.
No voice match found.
So to talk about other things, I had planned on doing a playthrough of The Evil Within as well. I really should be doing that, because The Evil Within is a massively underrated series. People don't understand how much of a masterpiece of a series it is. And I've also been planning on doing Hi-Fi Rush as well. I haven't touched it because I was worried that if I went to Hi-Fi Rush, I'd be taking time away from my retrospective. So that's why I haven't done it. But I've heard nothing but praise for Hi-Fi Rush, which is interesting. Like, I remember being hesitant about Ghostwire Tokyo because it just looked like typical fantasy RPG garbage, but it wasn't. It was actually something a lot better than I thought. Nurse's Journal, September 27th. Admitted over 20 mysterious illness patients. Patients in the isolation wing exhibiting severe limb necrosis, fever, mothering delirium, and signs of hyperphagia. Possible infection, tried every antiseptic. Still no blood work back from the research wing. Ask again. Dr. Young was bitten while treating one of the patients. We've disinfected the wound, but his fever won't go down. Nothing works. Meanwhile, the outpatient wing is complete anarchy. The patients are delirious and growing more violent by the minute. We've called in our off-duty staff. It's all hands on deck now. We have got to contain this chaos. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to doing content for The Evil Within again. I want to do a retrospective of that game series too. And in doing so, I really hope to understand so many of the deeper aspects of the lore greatly. Because it's massively underrated. Memos from administration. ID cards should not be taken off hospital grounds under any circumstances. As per our security measures, all employees must store their ID card in their own personal lockers before returning home for the day. Thank you. Administration, September 20th.
To know was what the documents were doing in your office in the first place.
Who do you think you're talking to? I'm goddamn Nathaniel Bard. I'm the best
Another
biologist
meme
you'll
quote.
ever meet, you bedpan-changing waste of a nursing degree. Of course I have connections higher up. Of course the military consults with me on projects beyond your comprehension. So stop wasting my time with your nosy questions.
I'm sorry, Doctor.
You didn't read the documents, did you?
No, I shredded them just like you asked.
Good. Good. If that's all, you can go back to wiping your patient's ass. That's what they pay you for, right? And polish my shoes.
Yes, sir.
I bet you know a lot about polishing, don't you? Now fuck off and don't say a word to anyone.
Wow. What a douche.
So I'm guessing Nikolai killed him.
Tyrell, Bard's dead. He's been shot.
Shit. And the vaccine?
I'm looking.
Well, look harder. There's gotta be a computer, right?
Banquet invitation. I remember this. Dear Dr. Bard, it is my pleasure to cordially invite you to a banquet on September 10th at the Central Hotel, where we will be exchanging viewpoints on Raccoon City's new special medical zone. Attending will be Mayor Michael Warren, Chief of Police Brian Irons, and other distinguished members of our community. Thursday, September 10, 1998, 6 p.m. The Orient Restaurant. Was that a location in Resident Evil Outbreak? I remember the word Orient somewhere. The Central Hotel, second floor. We would be honored if you joined us. Sincerely, Greg... Oh. United States Senator? Sincerely, Greg Tester, United States Senator? Huh. Wow, this game showcases a lot of the affiliations between Umbrella and the United States. I really did not give this game more credit. Handwritten note. Nate, I'll be introducing the bill for that new drug of yours in mid-August. Bring the cash. We booked a suite for the usual after party. You're a brunette guy, right? I'll let Irons know. Jesus Christ. I mean, back then, I would not pick up on these kinds of details. But hearing all of these files talking about the United States government's involvement with Umbrella, that's crazy. Email from Nathaniel Bard to Greg Tester. Greg, I know you're watching the news. This virus is going to devour the whole country. The dead will wash over Capitol Hill like a tidal wave. You're not safe. However, you've always been a good friend to me, so I'd like to offer you a way out. I have in my possession 1 dose of a vaccine for the virus, the Holy Grail, and it's not for my family, not for the ladies on the side. No, Greg, I'm saving it for you. I know better than anyone that you're the future of the United States, but if you want the goods, Greg, you have got to get me the hell out of here now without Umbrella finding out. Lean on the Pentagon for me. I know you've got the clout. See if someone can get a rescue team in here without UBCS involvement. You scratch my back, I scratch yours, which would sound pretty chaste after the parties we've been to. Hurry, my time is running out. I really should have paid more attention to the files, but Resident Evil 2 Remake was disappointing at the time, and that kind of influenced my thoughts on this particular game. And I wasn't really focusing so much on the story because I didn't really understand how deep the lore was for Resident Evil. At least the lore in Resident Evil 3 Remake seems more interesting than Resident Evil 4 Remake's lore.
This is VRC Chief Nathaniel Bard, September 29, 11 p.m. I am acutely aware that my time's running out. And I hope and pray, by making this recording and bringing the truth to light, that I can restore some small shred of honor to my name. All of Raccoon City's suffering began with the release of a biological weapon known as the T-virus. My employer, the Umbrella Corporation, engineered this virus, and they ordered my team to develop a vaccine, which we did. Now, I keep samples of this vaccine here in my office. The rest of it is stored underground. But those sons of bitches at the board, they want to destroy it. They don't want the world to know what they've done. So they're trying to erase all evidence that the virus ever existed. Now, I'm not a fool. I know they don't want me to...
Who was he even leaving that for?
I got Julie all along. And she trusted me anyway. Fuck! Is it here?
But why would they want to eradicate all vaccine samples? I mean, whether this thing leaked out. And plus, if they're not even going to do anything with it, they might as well just sell it to black market dealers and the like.
All right, Joe. Hang tight. T, I got it.
Good. I'm headed your way.
Be careful.
Careful. Have you seen this town? It'll be a fucking miracle if I get there in one piece.
You're gonna be okay, Joe. Come on. This shit better work. Tyrell, what the hell happened?
Attention all citizens. The contagion spreading throughout the city has been designated uncontainable. On October 1st, Raccoon City will be completely destroyed in a missile strike. All residents...
But I thought they covered up the incident. So, like, why would this emergency system be announcing to all the other citizens that Raccoon City will be destroyed in a missile strike? Like, I don't think there was anything like that in Resident Evil 3 OG. They just had that radar detector that Jill gets from that one room at the end of the game. If they're aware of the contagion, then this is not canon again, because this then violates Resident Evil Revelations, where it mentions that 2004 was when the world knew about BOWs. And there's nothing about Spencer doctoring the footage in a way to make it seem like the virus is being contained and the UBCS is doing what they're doing, no presence of BOWs, nothing like that. That's just odd. I mean, I already knew originally that the Remake timeline was non-canon, but this just seems kind of glaring.
capable of rational thought are urged to evacuate immediately. This is not a test. Attention all citizens.
I mean, that's only a day away. There's still people in the city. You think Uncle Sam gives a shit? Fuck. Here they come. Oh, you sit tight. I got this.
Alright, this is gonna get ugly.
Grab some gear. Sounds like there's a lot of them out there.
I'm gonna try to lower the window shutters. The less entry points, the better.
And how do we do that?
I'll try hacking into the hospital security system. Keep them off me in the meantime.
Wow, 2 critical hits in rapid succession? What are the chances of that happening? 3? What the hell? Why was my critical hit percentage higher than usual? It's odd. Yeah, I genuinely do not understand what New Capcom was thinking with having Carlos, of all people, fight 2 hunters in one room. How does that not look awkward to anyone who plays this? I just don't get it. That is definitely one of the worst parts of Resident Evil 3 Remake by far. I don't know what New Capcom was thinking with that.
Not even close. But at least it's over. I'm coming back.
Seems the real deal.
Good.
You going somewhere?
You damn right.
What do you think you're gonna do? Whole city's about to be microwaved.
Come on, man. Call the government. Tell them we found a cure. You stall for time.
Well, Tyrell, you're wrong right there. The city's not going to be microwaved. It's going to be like, burned to a crisp. I mean, you're assuming it's a nuclear strike. It's not a nuclear strike. It's a thermobaric missile. You don't want the virus to mutate, and you don't want the fallout from the radiation to spread to other cities.
Ballsy motherfucker.
And then we have this nightmare sequence here. Getting those moments with nightmares and dreams where you think you're awake but you're not, all because of diminished prefrontal cortex activity.
Thank God you're okay. I've got good news. It's over now.
Pretty
The
bad.
city's safe.
It's the only way.
How convenient that this kind of moment with the nightmare where she's forced to shoot Carlos plays out before the eventual moment where Jill is forced to shoot through Carlos to hit Nikolai. That just seems awfully stilted and convenient.
Where am I? What's going on?
Attention all citizens. The missile strike on Raccoon City will occur in just hours. The payload is designed to eradicate all biological material. You will not survive if you remain in the city.
October 1st.
Evacuate now. Repeat.
Yeah, so the public already knows it's a missile strike coming in to eradicate the biological attack. But of course, this violates Resident Evil Degeneration, where the news reporters were like, there are unconfirmed reports that the missile was nuclear, and they weren't exactly aware of the T-virus outbreak until much later on, I assume, because like you have those news conferences with the president, like the president resigned at the time when a lot of evidence regarding Umbrella and America's partnership came to light.
Can't be.
Morning, sunshine.
You saved my life.
I sure as shit didn't. That was all Carlos. He carried you here and he treated you himself. Crazy bastard.
Where is he?
He went underground. Bard stockpiled the vaccine, enough to give the city some hope.
He thinks he can do this by himself. I'm going after him.
Wait, did you see the broadcast? They're gonna blow the city sky high. I'm trying to get a hold of someone, anyone with the clearance to stop it. Leave this mess to him. He's a professional.
So am I.
Right. Guess I'm not talking you out of this. The storage facility's underground, beneath this hospital. I've lost contact with Carlos, so expect trouble.
This looks like Nikolai's work.
Okay, so after that little mishap with the save files, I've actually reloaded this save, so I at least have all the loot that I've accrued as Jill for this new playthrough. So I can at least make use of these supplies. Let's try not to make the same mistake again with Carlos. Well, at least the good news is I can rush through these areas very fast and get back to where I need to be. So fucking dumb. Every single time I do this, it just looks so stupid. Whoa, what the hell? Why was he much faster than usual? Back off. He's never been able to outpace me at the start of that run. That's a first.
Now the question.
Oh good, where is he going? Like, the pathing on the zombies in Resident Evil 2 Remake and Resident Evil 3 Remake is so bonkers. And once again, I keep forgetting about the flash grenades. All of them on the ground like that, that is very helpful. Yeah, I felt I had to use that because they were kind of blocking the generator.
Oh, come on.
Okay, this might require a flash grenade again. The good news is there is an additional flash grenade here. I just gotta kill that any alpha parasite that spawns quickly. And I missed. Come on. Alright, the hunter's gonna spawn in very soon. Shit! Oh good, I stunned it, come on! Like I said, gotta use those generators and flash grenades very cleverly if you're going to survive this sequence. She didn't get stunned. There we go. At least I have everything I need. What's this? Oh, never mind. See, that's at least cool about the shotgun in Resident Evil 3 Remake. It actually knocks over enemies when they're charging at you. I still don't understand what the pale heads are supposed to be. I mean, I'm surprised they took like a special enemy type from like an arcadey DLC from Resident Evil 2 Remake and made it a standard enemy type. Alright, there's the additional hit pouch.
I must admit, I respect your tenacity, but I'm afraid our games end here.
You think this is over?
Okay. Oh dear. I do not have a lot of space. Wait, what did I do for this room again? I need to use the Magnum here. Employee memo? Oh, goodness me, there is so much I do not remember. Okay, you grab this. I know a hunter spawns. He just jumps right past you. So... you place the mine round in a specific spot to hit all three of them. And that somehow missed me, thank God.
Shit, he got away. What was he doing in here?
This is a bad place for a typewriter because it's before the cutscene with Tyrell. Unfinished activity. September 26th, 1300. Infiltrated Raccoon City. Disturbances are sporadic. Commencing mission. 1930. Observed 5 RPD officers engaging a pack 20 strong. Officers annihilated in 20 minutes. September 27th, 12 o'clock. Test run at University. Diverted pack to campus. 64% infection and conversion in 2 hours. No survivors. 2300. Successful rendezvous with MV Platoon. Will make first attempt at dawn. September 28th, 4:30. Diverted pack toward command post. Result, night skirmish in confined area with large number of combatants. Video attached. 8 o'clock. End of skirmish. 7 survivors. 1800. Unknown bioweapon? He doesn't know what BOW was? Unknown BOW deployed at point D18, tracking it per orders. It appears to be on the hunt. 2000, got eyes on 2 stars, a male infected and female. BOW is pursuing the female. So he's not aware of the Nemesis. It's odd. Female Jill Valentine has made contact with Mikhail something platoon. BOW's appearance and behavior are consistent with Project N. Investigating. 0400, observed BOW wielding conventional weapons. It seems to be strongly fixated on terminating Joe Valentine and knows the city layout. Evidence it can be imprinted? So how is it that Nikolai doesn't know who Nemesis is? Why would he not know who Nemesis is? That's odd. 0700, metamorphosis in the BOW triggered by a hostile encounter with Jill Valentine. Jill Valentine has been infected and is non-responsive. Collected samples per orders. So he took samples from Jill when she was unconscious? 0030, September 30th. Over 17 hours have elapsed since Jill Valentine's exposure to the virus. Conversion has been slow, suggesting she may be resistant. Okay, so that's their reasoning. So Jill Valentine is more resistant to the T-virus spreading throughout her body compared to others. 0400, vaccine recovered and administered to Jill Valentine by Carlos. How did he know? Did he have security camera footage active? Jill Valentine expected to be fit for combat approximately 20 hours post-exposure. It seems clear the BOW is Project N. Contact with Jill Valentine causes it to change and evolve. Will induce further encounters to obtain more precise data. Huh.
Jill.
Tyrell.
I got through. They're willing to negotiate. They'll call off the strike if, and this is one big-ass if, we can deliver the vaccine to them. Before...
But that doesn't make any sense, because we know that Derek C. Simmons is going to do whatever it takes to cause the missile strike on Raccoon City in order to cover up Umbrella's involvement with the United States. How did he negotiate that? Did he negotiate it with senators or political officials not affiliated with Spencer or Wesker? That's odd.
They launch.
How long do we have?
Hours. Maybe.
Then let's not waste one more second.
This way. We'll find the vaccine up ahead.
Okay guys, I had to terminate the session a little early because it was getting late and I needed my commentary to be at its best. So I'm back the next day and we're continuing on. So now we're getting into this part where there's just a whole bunch of pale heads and any alpha parasites and hunters coming up. Hopefully with the loot I have it's not going to be so bad.
Sure you don't need to stop?
Stop and do what? I got your back.
Alright, let's get this done.
Yeah, I know Tyrell dies here. And I don't know how Nemesis is just magically here, and I don't understand how he just knows where Jill is. Like, I remember in Carcinogen SDA's interview with Ioma-san, when he was playing Resident Evil 3 OG, Ioma-san jokingly said that every time Nemesis is near Jill, his blood boils. So that's how he always knows where Jill is, because his blood boils. That was the joke right there. I mean, obviously, you're not really supposed to think of it. It's game stuff, movie stuff, stuff like that. But it's still weird how he was able to find his way into the underground area of the hospital. And I don't even know how far the hospital is from where Jill was infected by Nemesis. Well, at least there's no dissonance between the gameplay and the cutscenes right here, because the pistol shots aren't making Nemesis flinch in the cutscene, and they don't do the same in the gameplay, so it's at least nice and new Capcom to showcase that.
Keep going. We're almost there. No.
I'm surprised he would kill him first, and not Jill first, because he's after STARS members, not UBCS. But I guess because Nemesis has mutated and he's not in his limiter suit, he's acting more on his own and not following the orders of Umbrella. Is that why? Like, I'm not entirely sure how Umbrella programmed Nemesis initially to find STARS members. Like, does he have some kind of program inside of his mind somehow through some chip? But that can't be, because he's mutated so many times. Surely that chip has to be destroyed. So how was it instilled within him to search for STARS members? It must have been some kind of behavioral modification of some sort. Not played this part in a long time. Nest 2 employee regulations. Attention, Nest 2 employees. The objectives of this T-Virus research facility differ from those of Umbrella's main Nest facility. Here we focus on real-world use cases which arise as new BOWs are created and introduced, such as the need for T-Virus vaccines and new weaponry capable of suppressing bioweapons. This is the kind of wording that would have been used in the Survive magazines and the AWM01 archives that Resident Evil 7 introduced with detailing Wesker's focus on the creation of BOWs and the creation of anti-BOW weaponry. But any corporation would do this when creating BOWs or bioweapons. I mean, that's kind of what you have to do. Some aspects of our work here can be dangerous, so it is imperative that all employees adhere to workplace regulations without fail. In particular, unauthorized entry by unapproved visitors or the removal of work-related data or materials will be met with severe disciplinary measures. It is a great honor to be part of the finest research organization in the world. Keep this in mind and stick to the rules as we forge new and revolutionary technologies. Well, the new and revolutionary technologies part is still being continued onto Resident Evil 7, because Blue Umbrella developed the AMG-78, which was the gauntlet that Joe Baker used, and it was used as part of an exosuit model for lifting heavy equipment. So they're still doing that.
Override key successfully generated.
What have we here?
Override key removed.
So why was that just there? Was someone downloading data? Was Nikolai doing that? I don't think so. Essay on vaccine synthesis. On the roles of antigens and adjuvants in vaccine synthesis. Dr. Nathaniel Bard, Chief Researcher, Spencer Memorial Hospital. To most effectively synthesize a vaccine, both an antigen and an adjuvant are required. The antigen produces an immune response, while the adjuvant increases the effects of such responses, leading to increased antibody production. Now, the part with the antigen is confusing when in the context of Resident Evil 4 Remake, because in the file you get in Chapter 16, it mentions that antigen can be used to eliminate Plaga eggs. However, I'm just a bit confused, because I thought antigens were, like, pathogens. I thought they were a type of bacteria, or, like, something like that, not, like, a substance made by humans, similar to, like, a vaccine, something like that. I mean, I don't know why it's phrased like that, and the Resident Evil podcast team said that antigen and suppressant are the same thing in Resident Evil 4 Remake, but why would they use a different term then? Why would Capcom use antigen separately from suppressant? That doesn't make sense. By combining samples of these two ingredients, one can create a potent vaccine base. By processing this vaccine base with our proprietary equipment, a larger batch of vaccine can be created with astonishing ease. What's more, my latest antigen and adjuvant samples yield unprecedented rates of antibody production, producing more than 1,000 times the yield of traditional materials. It's interesting how he mentions the antibodies, because this could actually tie into Resident Evil 5. I mean, I know, again, the Remake timeline's not canon, but with this kind of detail, if this was in Resident Evil 3 OG, I mean, technically, it's like common knowledge already that, you know, vaccines allow the human body to produce antibodies. And, you know, like with COVID-19, they even developed an mRNA vaccine to allow the production of the viral protein, but not the full virus. So that's why it's a lot safer that way than using a weak or dead version of the virus and injecting that into someone. So mRNA vaccines are a lot safer because they only produce viral proteins, and you're not introducing a weak or dead version of that virus. This not only makes it an effective vaccine, but also a potential way to eliminate existing infections. At least the stealth still works. That's at least one design from Resident Evil 2 Remake I do like. The stealth aspect can definitely help when getting past zombies. There we go. Okay, I know this one's alive. Weaponry Authorization Request. Dear Dr. Emerson, I would like to formally request that the weaponry normally reserved for the BOW synthesis team be made available for any employees interfacing with the admission and dismissal of test subjects. These test subjects do not present the same levels of danger as our BOW products, but I believe that this weaponry authorization is advisable as outlined below. Recently, some test subjects have developed a new mutation granting them very high regrowth abilities, which are never seen demonstrated in any Resident Evil title that involves the T-virus, so I don't know why the Paleheads are created. I mean, is this meant to be some offshoot of Lisa Trevor's infection? I know she was injected with the progenitor virus. I don't think it was the T-virus that she was injected with. I'm pretty sure it was the progenitor virus. And Lisa Trevor is actually relevant to the production of the G-virus, because I believe they originally discovered the G-virus inside Lisa Trevor. I think she was also injected with the NA-alpha parasite, which is why you see tentacles emerging from her. And she had high regeneration, so I'm not entirely sure why it's different with her. And I think there was a different kind of variant of the progenitor virus. I think she was a type beta? Was the type beta they actually gave her? That's what I'm assuming is the case. I'm remembering some file that I read from Umbrella Chronicles regarding Lisa Trevor's infection. They have been appearing with regularity, but the specific cause has not yet been determined. So I imagine that's kind of a similar case with the V-Act strain of the T-virus. The V-Act strain was unknown at the time when the Elder Crimson Head was made. It was just something that spontaneously happened. So it's probably something similar here. The astonishing rate at which these pale heads regenerate makes it difficult to deliver a lethal blow with standard weaponry. If any sort of system failure were to occur within our facility, we would be woefully underprepared to defend ourselves. This is reminding me of that incident in Resident Evil 4 Remake that was detailed in the file regarding an escaped regenerator, and the power generators were faulty, which is why the regenerator escaped, and it killed roughly 20 individuals, I believe, and it somehow ingested a wrench as well. So how is that possible? For this reason, I would like to request that high-powered weaponry capable of subduing the Paleheads be issued to all of our employees working in shipping and processing. This will ensure that in the event of an emergency, we will be able to quickly eliminate the threat and evacuate safely. Thank you very much for your consideration. Shipping and Processing Manager Gabrielle Reed.
An antigen sample.
Antigen sample, okay. Yeah, I remember in Resident Evil 1 Remake, Jill was proficient with chemistry, which is how she was able to synthesize the V-Jolt. Cargo, Nemesis. Shipping route, CDG JFK RC. Shipment date, September 1st, 1998. Shipment type, Class 1 hazardous materials. Additional notes, all transit within the United States is to be made via helicopter. Take extreme care during takeoff and landing, as shock to the parcel may potentially lead to self-activation. Yeah, as we saw with that introduction to Resident Evil 3 Remake. We here at the European branch are excited to hear your thoughts and evaluation of this newest prototype, and are pleased to offer this specimen to you for testing. It has been through numerous trials and possesses incredible destructive power, so please exercise extreme caution when using it. Lead developer, Dr. Herman Frankel. It's almost like this file is phrased like they were selling the Nemesis to someone, but it's still within Umbrella, though. And Nikolai somehow didn't know about Nemesis until much later on, which is odd. If I remember correctly, yeah, there's a pale head right there. There we go. Okay, I think there's a pale head to the right. Yeah. And this right here... Yeah, acid rounds, exactly what I need. There it is, explosive B. Pretty much the Magnum becomes useless in these later parts, which is why you're just better off using it against pale heads, and not really any alpha parasites. The pistol is probably the better choice. But the Magnum is pretty much useless against Nemesis, because the shotgun does a lot more damage. Oh shit! I went the wrong way! That just took me by surprise. At least I reacted fast enough, that could have been bad. I've never actually used the flash grenade aside from the drain demos section.
Jesus. Is this where they're made?
Never heard Jill say that quote before. Oh, the Tyrant!
These are tyrants.
Oh my god, she actually uses the term?! I had no idea Jill actually said these lines. I never had these lines occur in my blind playthrough initially. But this is odd though, because mass production of the T-103 Tyrants took place on Sheena Island in Resident Evil Survivor, and the events of Resident Evil Survivor took place after Resident Evil 2 OG. And I kind of wish they put in the Ivans from Resident Evil The Umbrella Chronicles. Like they had some kind of file related to the Ivans. That way they could at least clarify the difference between the Ivans and the T-103 Tyrant. And we know in like Resident Evil Outbreak there were other Tyrant variants, like Thanatos. There was one called Nyx, I think. I think it was called Nyx. But I think it was a separate BOW that combined with a Tyrant. Or was it the other way around? Something happened in Resident Evil Outbreak. But we do know in Resident Evil 2 Remake, Birkin killed one of the Tyrants. It was the one that was ripping open the elevator. And Leon still encountered Mr. X down in the lab somehow. So I would assume multiple Tyrants were deployed. I mean, in Resident Evil 2 OG, it makes it seem like only one Tyrant was deployed. And then in Resident Evil 3 OG, multiple Tyrants were deployed at the chemical plant, and they also used the railgun, you know, like the railgun that you used to kill Nemesis in Resident Evil 3 OG. I think those Tyrants were deployed there so that they could test the capabilities of the railgun. I don't remember the exact lore behind that, but it was a very odd decision on Umbrella's part to deploy that many Tyrants in one location. So odd how the frame rate on that enemy dips when he's far away. Now, what are they making here? Expression of concern. Senior Fellow Dr. Frankel, please allow me to send my heartfelt congratulations to you and your colleagues at Umbrella Europe for completing Nemesis. And I don't recall a Dr. Frankel in the canon timeline. A truly remarkable achievement in the field of BOW research, introducing the Any-Alpha parasite into a Tyrant's brain? Well, yeah, I did say before that Nemesis seemed to be some Tyrant variant, but how is his regeneration so different to the other Tyrants? If it's a Tyrant that this parasite is being introduced into, how is the mutation of Nemesis so different to when, like, Mr. X mutates when his limiter code is destroyed? It's odd. How can I not marvel at such a wild idea? However, from a medical perspective, I must emphatically state my disapproval of the shift away from established Umbrella policy. By turning to the use of parasites, you are setting a dangerous precedent. Viruses can be kept in check. I believe an effective vaccine can be developed for any virus on Earth, with abundant funding and a bounty of samples, of course. No, you obviously haven't seen the gaseous viruses. Can you really keep a gaseous virus in check, for instance? And viruses can be easily transmissible in like water and food and the air. How can you say they can be kept in better check than parasites? Can you say the same for parasites, however? Doctors have tried in vain to develop a vaccine for malaria. And I never really consider malaria to be a parasite. I consider it to be more of a virus, but maybe that's not actually true. Parasites like Plasmodium are far more genetically complex than the T-virus, and to think they will submit to control is utter folly. Well, you obviously haven't seen the Plagas. And if Umbrella supposedly had a presence in the village area, he would not be saying this. Like, if Luis actually had a connection to Umbrella, and he applied his research on parasites to here, how did he crack the code then? If this doctor believes that there's no sort of way to control the parasites, I'm amazed Luis was able to figure it out so easily. Perhaps in your country, consumers are willing to buy automobiles with no brakes, but here in America, they know better. And Dr. Frankel does sound like a German name. And like, Germany's a big manufacturer of automobiles, and they don't even have speed limits. I didn't actually know that certain roads in Germany don't have speed limits, which is crazy thinking about that. Then again, I recall you have a degree in economics, so no doubt you're already... Wait, a degree in economics? And he's the one who helped manufacture Nemesis? Yeah, that just goes to show that a college degree means absolutely nothing. As I've learned the hard way. An undergraduate degree, 2 masters, and a graduate certificate. And I've not been able to get the job I desire whatsoever. That is just an absolute joke. So no doubt you've already devised a brilliant marketing strategy to win over the naysayers. I look forward to your talk at the forum in Berlin next month. Yeah, so Berlin, that's right. In the meantime, I shall be exploring medical solutions to this hubristic problem you foisted on us. Sincerely, Nathaniel Bard, PhD.
So it's called the Nemesis.
A liquid-filled test tube.
An adjuvant sample. These are combined with antigens to increase immune system response.
I don't know if that's exactly how that works. Container filled with a culture for viral growth and research. A test tube filled with liquid looks like it's for medical use. This is technically a vaccine, but it needs to be processed for distribution. Interesting how they have you mix the antigen and the adjuvant to create this vaccine base, but you don't do that in Resident Evil 2 Remake. I mean, you did so in Resident Evil 2 OG. You mix the base with something else to create the G-virus vaccine. This is gonna get a little bit dicey. Shit! Whoa. Come on, come on, come on! Whoa! Whoa! God! What a well-designed sequence with the acid rounds. And then using the mine rounds to save up on acid rounds. You know, that's something I didn't even mention, but there's no sequences like that in Resident Evil 2 Remake. Like, they never have all these sequences where you're fighting multiple enemies on their turf, or like where you can't escape. Again, that's another sacrifice that's made when you're trying to design a game for knife only. You don't have any sequences like that. Like, the level of creativity is so little in a knife-only experience compared to these Resident Evil titles that encourage the use of multiple weaponry and being very creative. Like, that was actually really cool. But I'm not entirely sure why those hunters broke free. Why were they, choosing now to break free? Isaac Graves' diary. The pay was generous. The benefits were good. Most importantly, they promised me I'd be contributing to state-of-the-art medical tech research. For a university teacher stuck working in nowhere America, it was a golden opportunity, like winning the lottery, so I went for it. I made the pitch to my family and we agreed to move here to Raccoon City. Well, hindsight is 2020 because this lab is a den of monsters who conduct cruel and barbaric experiments for the sole purpose of taking human life in the most sickening way possible. It's messed up, the world needs to know, but every time I work up enough courage to blow the whistle, I think of Penny and Casey and immediately chicken out. Yeah, that is an unfortunate cycle with this level of illegal research. I think what happens with poachers, the people at the higher up who handle the poaching industry, they have poachers in their hands. And so poachers oftentimes are forced to poach because they need to have enough money to save their families. Umbrella owns this town. There was this guy they caught trying to smuggle out company secrets. They essentially fed him to one of the betas. Fed him. I saw the whole thing. I got my wife and daughter into this. I just need to do my job, do as I'm told, for their sake. But let this be a testament that I do have a conscience and that I've learned my lesson. And again, Luis resigned from Umbrella. How did they not take him out when he was working on, like, DNA alpha parasites for Nemesis? It makes no sense why they let Luis go so easily.
To begin vaccine synthesis, place the materials in the chamber.
Mid high low, I think. Yeah.
Start the foraging vaccine.
Yes.
Synthesis complete. Please remove the vaccine canister.
Yeah, that was the scene right there. The way Nemesis wrapped the tentacle around Jill. That's the scene they used in Resident Evil Death Island, and it makes no sense why they did that. Why didn't they use a scene from, like, Resident Evil 5, for instance, when trying to introduce Jill Valentine in Resident Evil Death Island? It doesn't make sense. Or, like, with Revelations. But I guess because they designed Jill to look more like her Resident Evil 3 Remake counterpart, they had no choice but to use this particular scene. It's just so odd that they would do it that way. When the remakes are non-canon, they have no relevance to the canon timeline. And Resident Evil Death Island takes place in the canon timeline. That looks so badly animated too, the way the stabbing looks. It just looks so fake. And then the impact between the knife and the tentacle, it just doesn't look right. I've never liked that animation. I found it weird even on my blind playthrough. And here comes this moment where you have to push forward on the left analog stick. I can't help but feel like they only put in these kind of moments just so they have a reason to put in a death animation for people to watch. That's literally the only reason these QTEs exist. Disposal Center. Disposal Center protocols. This facility is to be used for the dissolution and disposal of test subjects used in Nest 2 experiments. The potent solvents used will ensure that any biological matter within the vat, living or dead, is completely dissolved and ready for disposal. Please follow all safety protocols when using the disposal center. Always confirm that no employees are in the chamber before beginning the dissolution process. Always use the regulated amount of solvent, regardless of the volume or mass being disposed of. If a test subject reacts violently, do not halt the disposal process. Leave the chamber filled for at least 12 hours, then check for complete dissolution before draining.
What in God's name is this place?
So I remember how much I lambasted this particular fight for being just a reskin of Nemesis 2, but now he's just supported by zombies. And the whole part where he's supported by zombies is really stupid. The fact that the titular antagonist of Resident Evil 3 Remake needs zombies to support him is so emasculating to him. It's just really pathetic that a main antagonist like that would need zombies to support him. That was really dumb, but being where I am right now as a true Resident Evil player and also going through Resident Evil 4 Remake and Resident Evil Village and also understanding how best to approach this encounter, I actually like it. I mean, the whole part with the zombies can still be awkward, but that's only if you don't have, like, the right amount of supplies for dealing with them. Because previously I was very stingy about using only the grenade launcher on Nemesis and just ignoring the zombies, but that's actually the wrong choice. You can use the grenade launcher against the zombies, and it works pretty well. And then also it allows you to speed up the second phase when you're using it against Nemesis, and then you're focusing solely on using the generators around here to stun him, and then Carlos can just damage him. You do that 3 times, and then you can use the grenade launcher to deal with the zombies. Like, the fight works, and there's a level of creativity with it as well, and I forgot these rounds here. This is insane, guys. Like, I've never had this many supplies, and the knife is useless, so I'll just remove that. This is the most amount of grenade launcher rounds I have ever had with Nemesis. That is absurd. that I have that much. That is exactly how a survival horror game needs to be. Intelligent use of your ammunition allows you to save up on your ammunition for later encounters like this. And the grenade launcher is useless for the final boss fight anyway, so it doesn't matter if you use all of it here. And maybe there's utility, but I just feel like the hit detection with the grenade rounds when you're hitting the pustules of the final boss, it's not the best. This is going to be very interesting. Like, I've never had this many flame rounds. I've never had this many explosive rounds. Awesome. You really should have held on to that vaccine sample in a better way, Jill.
What do we have here?
Nikolai, don't! The city needs that vaccine!
More than I do.
God, Nikolai is such a one-note character. He's so cliched as a villain. I'm gonna say that again. And I feel like this scene really encapsulates just how cliched he is.
I don't think wisdom.
And I don't understand why they don't bother alluding to his status as a supervisor. Is that the term they use in Resident Evil 3 OG? Like, why did they not use that term? It's confusing.
Been trying to impart on you is getting through.
What are you talking about? You just said back in the train that she was doing well, like she actually followed your advice. That the only thing that matters is yourself. When she ran away to lure Nemesis away. I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Now I know you can't put a price on life. But I'm in this.
And Nemesis is just sitting there not doing anything. Why is he not trying to grab onto Jill right now? It's so odd.
Business to get paid. So let's make a deal. You go down there, battle the Nemesis, and I'll record it all and sell the combat data.
How are you even going to record it? Do you have like CCTV footage? Like how in Resident Evil Degeneration, Frederick Downing set up like video footage of the fight Leon and Angela have with Curtis Miller when he was infected with the G virus. I don't see any kind of CCTV footage here. How are you going to record all that data? And like, why is there no mention of the Red Queen, for instance? Like, why isn't the Red Queen shown here? The sentient AI system developed by Umbrella that was able to record all the data that was collected when Chris and Jill fought the T-002 Tyrant in Resident Evil 1 Remake, or rather in Resident Evil The Umbrella Chronicles, I should be saying, because that's at least where they show that. I don't understand how he's going to record the data exactly.
Put on a good show, and maybe I don't need the vaccine. Agreed? Good.
Is Nikolai even loyal to Umbrella? If he's collecting the combat data, then it must mean he's still loyal, but is he going to sell that combat data? He was documenting all that stuff in that file that we read before we got into this lab area, so I'm not understanding. Is Nikolai still working for the other branch of Umbrella? I don't know where his allegiance lies right now. Whoa, what the hell? Yeah, that kind of weird stuff happens sometimes. But god, the dodge system is so well designed for this encounter. Alright, he's down. I should have the... Yeah, I have the grenade launcher equipped with flame rounds.
Jill, is that you?
Carlos?
You're okay. Let me spot for you.
Good idea.
God damn it, I'm pressing the wrong buttons! Get back here! Ah, shit! I messed that up badly. Come on, go into the next phase already. Yes, there we go. How the hell did that miss? See, why did he go down? Like, I get these weird moments sometimes where he just goes down for no reason. It's weird. Yeah, you can do that. Like, you can shoot him out of the air, which is cool. But the problem is, you have to then dodge afterwards, because as he's falling, he'll knock you over. It won't damage you, but it'll knock you over. And I was very fortunate that the actual flinch animation of being stunned by the grenades took effect, because I wasn't knocked over. But even when you do that, he doesn't remain in the incapacitated state for long, so it's pointless to do it that way. That was close. Whoa! Like, I don't know if shooting him in the legs directly has any effect on whether he gets put into the incapacitated state or not. He's down. You see? That's a well-designed fight. All the fights except for the final boss fight are well-designed. The final boss fight is utter garbage.
Chill! Here comes a crane. Use it to climb up.
Come on. Come on.
Chill, stay back! Now get on!
And instead it stimulates a new reaction somehow. Like, something in the chemical stimulates the new reaction. Although, in Resident Evil 3 OG, Nemesis, after recovering from being immersed in that chemical bath, he bonds with a dead Tyrant and becomes even more mutated. But that never occurs here.
Where did you go?
Yeah, now comes this travesty.
To get that vaccine back.
Believe me, this boss fight is utter garbage. It's really bad. Because there's numerous hitbox issues. There's omniscience to the pustules, because they fire in a manner that makes it seem like they're alive, like they know where you are. It just makes no sense. Weapon spec sheet. Project title, Ferromagnetic Infantry Use Next Generation Railgun. Development codename Finger. Silly name. Chief developer, Nest 2 lead researcher Cornell Garner. Assisting developers, United States Army. So, like, I read this file off camera while I was in the middle of my Resident Evil 4 Remake retrospective, and it genuinely surprised me to see the United States Army mentioned here. And I'm amazed with all the files Jill collects related to the United States Army. Spencer is still going to somehow convince the public and the political officials to not believe a word of evidence. It's really odd that way. But of course, again, the remakes are non-canon, so it doesn't matter. Ammo caliber, 60 millimeters. Muzzle velocity, 6,000 meters per second. Project objective, suppression of new BOWs in case of outbreak. Additional notes, extreme firepower provides the secondary benefit of completely obliterating the target, leaving no trace behind. User feedback. So they already tested this multiple times, apparently. This thing is totally rad. Tyrant's out of line, just give him the finger and problem solved. Packs the firepower we need. It would be even better if there was a way to control the output. Mobility may prove to be problematic in the field. Perhaps its platform could be refined. It requires multiple power sources. May be difficult to secure in practice. Could you consolidate to a single power source? Now, another thing I find interesting is that in Resident Evil Death Island, Jill uses a similar kind of device against mutated Dylan. It's a plasma rifle. She calls it a plasma rifle. It's not hooked up to multiple power sources. It's two-handed. Like, she holds it in a similar manner to the railgun in Resident Evil 3 Remake. She's able to charge it for a bit of time, and she's able to get one shot off, but it doesn't kill Dylan. And then she tries to fire a second time, but it fails because Dylan catches her. So I wonder if that's meant to be an enhancement. Like, I wonder if Blue Umbrella was secretly developing something similar to this ferromagnetic infantry use next generation railgun. So the plasma rifle she used in Resident Evil Death Island doesn't really look like a railgun. It's something else.
It's done. Give me the vaccine, you greedy son of a bitch.
No. You print money. I like money. We shall make ours an ongoing arrangement. Now drop the gun.
It's still so confusing how Nemesis' regeneration is so different to the Tyrant's. I mean, you didn't see Mr. X regenerate when he was killed by Birkin. And just because an enemy of a parasite was bonded to a Tyrant, that's how Nemesis was made. And also, what was the whole point of that chest device that you could shoot with, like, the Magnum and just stun him in the first encounter with him? That's completely useless. Like, is that part of the limiting process? Like, is that an aspect of his limiter coat? Because it didn't really seem to have much purpose, in all honesty. It's so odd, like, that whole presentation where it opens like he's going to bloom like a flower and then the tentacles come out. That kind of presentation was used in Resident Evil Vendetta, but it was for the animality virus, which used traits from the plagas. Like, it used the nucleotide sequence from the dominant plaga in order to implement the targeting capabilities to areas as BOWs. Like, that's how the zombies are able to recognize friend from foe. It's because the vaccine variant of the animality virus had the nucleotide specific to the plagas. So they use that as an identifying feature to allow the zombies to differentiate between friend and foe, basically. So it was like that, and then the latent virus and the trigger virus, like the latent virus was activated by the trigger virus. I mean, everyone ingested the latent virus via the Aqua G water company that was taking in water from the Great Lakes. And then the trigger virus, which would be distributed through the air, would activate the latent virus. And of course, anyone with the vaccine would not be affected by the trigger virus. Of course, the latent virus and the trigger virus had the potential to activate on their own within individuals. So, like, they either run the risk of being inactive or activating on their own which was like a rare occurrence, which is how the BSAA was aware of the animality virus being around because of those rare occurrences. But getting back on track, Diego, he was infected with the animality virus, and when he bonded with Arius, his back sprung open, just exactly like how Nemesis does it here, where it almost like blooms out, and then like tentacles come out of him, and the tentacles fire a substance that bonds with Arius. It's meant to mirror the way the Queen Plaga bonded with Salazar, and also, you remember that one frozen experiment before your first regenerator encounter in Resident Evil 4 OG, and it's also in Resident Evil 4 Remake, but you saw that one Plaga type Aranya secreting a substance into that frozen subject, and it was like piercing through his body. It's something like that. So like that whole mutation in Resident Evil Vendetta was kind of meant to mirror that, like similar to Salazar and similar to that Plaga type Aranya. And for some reason it's the same here with Nemesis. It's odd. By the way, I just realized something. Remember how Salazar in Resident Evil 4 Remake, he became that really bizarre mutation that just doesn't feel like a Plaga mutation and feels like something like the Mega Mice he would make, and he had the ability to traverse the environment by firing his tendrils and sticking to surfaces? That's what that reminded me of just then. That is so dumb. So I see they had no imagination with some of the mutations in Resident Evil 4 Remake, so they borrowed some aspects from Resident Evil 3 Remake with the way Nemesis is portrayed here. It's so stupid, and I get that Luis formerly worked for Umbrella and helped with the Alpha parasite that would eventually lead to the creation of Nemesis because he was a part of that team, but it still feels tacked on for the sake of it, and Umbrella's connection is so casually dismissed. They don't even discuss Umbrella's connection to Luis in separate ways Remake, and you'd think Ada would be interested in that, or even Wesker, but apparently not.
Have you ever seen anything so incredible? The data on this would be worth millions. But, you know how it is. City's about to explode, and you can't put a price on life. Good luck!
He sounded so weird just then with the way he was saying his lines. It's like he was just trying to force himself to say those lines as like a show of false confidence or something.
Jill! Go after Nikolai! He's got the vaccine!
What about you?
We're running out of time. I've got this.
I know you do.
Look, just so you know, this is the last fucking time.
Opening compartment.
Now we're
This is gonna be so awkward.
Damn, it needs power.
There we go, now's my chance. Oh, fuck off! Omniscient pustules. That right there is complete luck, because what I'm trying to do is activate both of these power sources in rapid succession before he has a chance to grab me. But if you get stunned by the pustules, you cannot do that. It's physically impossible. It's completely random. And also, if you're standing too far back, your dodge just doesn't register properly, so you end up getting killed. It's really dumb. Roar? Yep. Yeah, I think his recovery time's different in the phases. So he recovers a bit slower when you down him the first time. Oh, nice! That was very close. Uh-oh. Oh! You're done. Definitely a good choice to have the Magnum here. I think it actually penetrates through his own body, so maybe you'll be able to hit the pustules.
All power sources activated. Powering up.
Okay, so that wasn't quite what I was expecting. I mean, you didn't see any of the poor designs at play here. But that was pretty tense.
Come on! Next time, take the fucking hit!
That is a pretty lame quote. I'll admit that was a pretty lame way to end this encounter.
Good riddance.
And to think, a railgun would have that much power. I mean, if they're going to be testing the railgun in this kind of area, would they have to run the risk of the walls melting like this? That's funny thinking about it like that. Really a file? Suspicious contract memo? Contract overview. Received offer from client seeking to use RC Crisis to undermine and claim market share from Umbrella Corporation via a multi-pronged strategy. Sabotage Umbrella Corporation's attempts to destroy evidence of outbreak to maximize culpability? What? Nikolai was involved with that. So I wasn't wrong in saying that he wasn't really working for Umbrella, but sabotaging their attempts to destroy evidence? He was really involved with that? I did not think that was a main goal that Nikolai had in mind. Induce encounters between Umbrella Corporation, BOWs, and security forces / law enforcement and collect combat data to ascertain viability of tech. Report development of any new BOWs, including Project N, see specifications. Remuneration exceeds current offer from Umbrella Corporation and takes top priority. However, the client has agreed to a grace period before using any of the deliverables, so that payment from Umbrella Corporation may also be collected. Hang on, I need to read this again, just so I understand. This can't be the rival company. It can't be. The rival company that Wesker worked for? Is this some separate company? I'm confused. I can't say I understand this file. So Nikolai was doing all this. I'd have to ask the Resident Evil podcast team about this. I'm a little confused. I can't tell if this is meant to allude to the rival organization's existence. I'm confused. This file is very confusing. How on earth did they make so much space underneath Raccoon City to make this lab? And why do they even need the extra space when there's nothing here? I mean, is this supposed to be some disposal area for BOWs? But they already have that disposal center with the chemicals. Unless this is something else? Because, like, I know in Resident Evil Degeneration, Will Pharma had dug down so deeply in order to counteract the viruses that they had there. And they had all sorts of viruses. They had smallpox, they had yellow fever, they had the T virus, and they did not know they had the G virus though, so Frederick Downing smuggled the G virus in from Raccoon City in this Wolf Pharma facility. They had this hole here in the event that there was massive damage to the facility and any viruses were leaking. So this would serve as like a disposable area, and you know, this is how like Curtis was eventually dead. Curtis's tissues weren't eliminated entirely by the explosion at the bottom of this hole, because Triacell managed to get a sample of the G virus from his tissue. But G virus research wasn't really undertaken because of the volatility of the virus. I mean, Frederick Downing said as much when he was talking with General Grande, because he said at the end of the movie that he should forget about the G virus because the stuff is way too volatile to control, and it's not really as marketable as the T virus. So is Umbrella using this kind of hole for a similar purpose for disposing of any viruses that are within this facility if there's massive damage to the facility? Is that why these holes are made? How, though? I know, like they said, that Umbrella practically owns Raccoon City, but how long would this actually take to make? Because you know Umbrella was made in, like, 1968, and we know the progenitor virus was found on December 4th, 1966, from Africa. So from 1968 to 1998, like in that 30 years, they were able to actually create a giant hole like this for both the nest facility underneath the police station and also for this nest facility underneath the hospital. It's a little odd. I don't think that's even possible to do that in 30 years. I mean, then again, you do have like digging machines like that shield machine in Resident Evil 7. Like they had that massive shield machine. Maybe they had something similar for digging out these kind of holes.
I can still catch him. Oh
no. You're not going to stop. Promised you this, didn't I?
No! Do you have any idea what you've just done?
No. Don't care. My client ordered me to reduce Umbrella.
Yeah, so his client ordered him to reduce Umbrella to rubble. Yeah, so he's not working for Umbrella. So is this client supposed to be the rival organization? You know, the ones that would actually benefit from Umbrella's dissolution, and then therefore Wesker can remake Umbrella into his own image with Blue Umbrella, but then that ultimately didn't pan out because of the subliminal imprints that were put upon him as a child as part of Project W. Then again, we know that in Resident Evil Umbrella Corps, there are multiple companies that were sending in operatives into the quarantine zones. There was the quarantine zone in the village area, there was the quarantine zone in the Kijutu Autonomous Zone from Resident Evil 5. We know Umbrella has a presence at the Antarctica Research Facility that Alexia used, so they repurposed that facility for their Umbrella Corporation division, like the secret division of Blue Umbrella. I wonder if it's one of those clients. And I believe in a comic and also in the multiplayer of a Resident Evil Umbrella Corps, if you actually play the online mode, there's one company that stands out. It's called Shenya Pharmaceuticals. I think they're a Chinese company, or are they Korean? I don't recall. I think they had some kind of presence in a comic, I believe. I'm not really sure if that's the case. I'd have to verify my sources. But is it one of those clients, or is it specifically the rival organization? And also, like, it's not going to mean much anyway for Nikolai to reduce Umbrella to rubble like this because of the fact that they're still going to go to trial and there's still not going to be enough evidence to convict Umbrella until 2003. Because, of course, without the data that Wesker obtained from the UMF-013 mainframe from Umbrella's Caucasus laboratory, it would have taken a significantly longer time for the trial to be done. So I'm a bit confused with this whole client aspect right here, that Nikolai is saying his client ordered him to reduce Umbrella to rubble and also collect combat data, similar to Wesker. So they've literally tried to take that aspect with Wesker, where he was collecting combat data for the rival organization. Like, previously, Umbrella told him, as part of, like, the X-Day protocols, to record the combat data from the T-002 Tyrant and bring it to them, but he used his death from the Tyrant to not only activate the experimental virus within him, but also as a way to fake his death and deliver the combat data to the rival organization. So they've taken that aspect, that kind of planning from Wesker, and they've given it to Nikolai, it seems. That is really odd. Like, why would they try to copy and paste that aspect onto Nikolai? It's odd. Is this even how Nikolai was in the canon timeline? Because I thought he was loyal to Umbrella. This must be a change or something. Again, all this stuff I'd have to ask the Resident Evil podcast team.
10 minutes until missile impact.
The missile has launched.
And also, I remember in Under the Mayo's review of Resident Evil 3 Remake, he said it was really dumb that there's no sort of pressure during the final boss fight to get it done quicker because of the nuclear strike. Like, in Resident Evil 3 OG, you had to beat Nemesis within a certain amount of time before the nuclear strike occurred. Previously, I was for that, but now I'm pretty neutral about it because I still felt pretty tense during that entire encounter because I had to really get it done quickly, otherwise Nemesis would have killed me. So I'm indifferent towards that point. It doesn't matter to me anymore. There's no, like, timer for that fight. If anything, a timer would have made the fight worse, honestly.
Goodbye, Miss Valentine. Shame you didn't listen to me when you had the chance.
I pretty much memorized the combat moves for this encounter right here. They were able to record this in one take, yet they struggled with the Leon and Krauser knife fight in Chapter 11 with that one cutscene. And then also that moment in Resident Evil 5, old Capcom managed to handle that fight between Chris, Sheva, and Wesker in that hangar area. Like, there was one part that was done in like one take, which was really cool. So they struggled with actually making the Leon and Krauser encounter in Resident Evil 4 Remake in one take, compared to this encounter here with Resident Evil 3 Remake. I remember actually failing this part in my blind playthrough. I don't know how I failed it. Like, I'm pretty sure I aimed directly for Nikolai. Like, I think I was trying to hit his leg, but somehow I failed. And I just died. It just happened out of the blue. It was really odd.
Jill! Shoot him!
And once again, this whole idea of Jill being soft is just reused in Resident Evil Death Island for some stupid reason. I don't know why they did that.
I can't. I'll hit you.
Do it! You have to!
Isn't Carlos wearing a bulletproof vest, though? So why would it matter?
There's no other way.
Carlos!
Hey, I told you I couldn't leave you in a Carlos's world. That would just be too cruel.
I feel more camaraderie between Jill and Carlos than with Leon and Claire from Resident Evil 2 Remake. Or even with, like, Leon and Ashley, or, like, Leon and Luis, or, like, Leon and Ada. That's just wrong on so many levels.
What about him?
Why'd you do it?
Do what?
There's a price tag for everything. Even letting the world burn.
Well, I mean, people would say, why do you need so much money? Like, what exactly are people doing with this massive amount of profit? And then you remember, like, health insurance, auto insurance, house insurance, taxes. It all adds up to, like, millions of dollars. But then again, I mean, it's not like Nikolai is capable of leading a civilian lifestyle anyway, so what he would be using that money for, I have no idea. So there is no excuse given for Nikolai. Like, there is no excuse for this kind of behavior on Nikolai's part. What he's going to be doing with that money, I have no idea. It's like with United Healthcare with their $22 billion in profit, and they're doing fuck all with that money.
Who are you working for?
I'll tell you, if you get me out of here. I'll pay you whatever you want. You're a fool. You're a fool! If I die, you'll never find out the truth.
Yeah, I know, you should be caring about that, Jill. But instead you're just gonna say this.
I don't mind a little detective work.
Come on, Jill. I mean, you want to bring down Umbrella, right? Extracting someone like Nikolai would be helpful. I get he's an asshole, and he's screwed you every step of the way, and like he left you to die in that disposal center. But still, though, you have to do something to bring down Umbrella. I mean, you have to accrue a lot of evidence. Even though I read those files, it's not going to be applicable because it's like the timeline was written without reading those files. Like, Nikolai's already incapacitated. And I still remember that one line from Resident Evil Death Island when Dr. Antonio Taylor called Claire a terrorist. This is how the conversation went. I'm Claire with TerraSave. TerraSave? Great. Is there a problem? Not unless you're recruiting for your cult. I heard what happened in Harvardville. You're a bunch of terrorists. Yeah? And if you watched real news, you'd know that we were framed over some bioweapon bullshit. But of course, that part of the line doesn't make any sense from Claire. I don't know why she says that. TerraSave was never framed over some bioweapon bullshit. What happened in Resident Evil Degeneration was that TerraSave's scathing accusations against Wolf Pharma for the trials that were conducted in India where they believed Wolf Pharma was experimenting with the T-virus. Those scathing accusations led to the delay of the T-virus vaccine, which is why the vaccine wasn't deployed immediately for Leon, Greg, and Angela. the vaccine wasn't given to them prior to actually infiltrating the airport to rescue Claire, Rani, Senator Ron Davis, and like the other members there. That's why TerraSave was criticized, and like Claire felt a huge sense of guilt for putting Wolf Farmer into a corner like that and delaying the distribution of the vaccine. But there is nothing about TerraSave being framed over bioweapon bullshit. I assume they're referring to that moment in the introduction of Resident Evil Degeneration where Curtis Miller was arrested for like violent protesting or whatever, and maybe that's related to bioweapon bullshit. I don't think so, because like Antonio Taylor stresses the Harvardville incident, and Curtis Miller was arrested before the Harvardville incident. The Resident Evil podcast team admits that Resident Evil Death Island's writing isn't really that good, and I really have to do a review of Resident Evil Death Island when I get the chance, because there's so many reasons why it's the weakest animated film. Getting back on track, there was a line that Chris said when he was talking with Antonio Taylor. Antonio Taylor was like, "I called you a terrorist," and then Claire says, "You seriously think I wouldn't help you after that?" And then Chris says, "We treat your wounds even if you were one of the bad guys." So clearly that has no relevance here at this point, because Jill is just so fed up with Nikolai and his bullshit, despite the fact that assholes like Nikolai are the ones that probably have the most incriminating evidence against Umbrella. And furthermore, if it was Nikolai's mission to reduce Umbrella to rubble, then it would make even more sense to actually extract Nikolai, to take down Umbrella, to make the trial process for taking them down much easier. Why introduce that file if she's just going to leave Nikolai behind? I mean, I get that in the canon timeline, it's implied that Nikolai is dead, so I guess they have to kind of satisfy that point. But they still could have had him extracted in the Remake timeline, and then he's killed through some other means, something like that. You know, after reading that file, this whole part where Jill leaves Nikolai behind, and also after watching the movies and then seeing how much the personalities have changed between the canon timeline and the Remake timeline when it comes to the characters, I now have problems with this scene right here.
Jill, you all right?
A shame that Barry isn't here, because I remember in the ending of Resident Evil 3 OG, there is one ending that you could get where you can actually hear Barry, like Barry actually shows himself in the cutscene, because he's the one who pilots the helicopter that allows Jill and Carlos to escape. So nothing like that occurs here. And again, this is not a nuclear missile, this is a thermobaric missile. You do not want the virus mutating in response to radiation, you do not want the radioactive fallout spreading on the outside of the city. Also, another thing I just realized is that in Resident Evil 3 OG, there were epilogue screenshots that you could get. I don't know how you get them. I think you have to replay Resident Evil 3 OG like multiple times, and you get different endings. And so you get an ending for Leon, you get an ending for Claire, Ada, Sherry. I think you get one for Jill as well. I think you get one for Chris, and also for Barry, I believe. There's a lot of different endings here. I didn't know about them at the time when I constructed my Resident Evil 4 Remake retrospective initially. I'm still not finished with the retrospective, so at some point I should probably put in those screenshots and then talk about them as well. But it's a shame that there's nothing like that here. But then again, they're not even trying to link the remakes in a way that makes sense. They're not trying to contribute to an overarching narrative, because somebody mentioned that Resident Evil 2 Remake was not meant to be like a rewrite of the canon timeline. It was just meant to be a simple reimagining. But I've heard so many people say that Resident Evil 2 Remake was meant to be like a change to the canon timeline, which doesn't make any sense. I don't know which point to believe. The developers haven't clarified if they designed these remakes to overwrite the canon timeline or to simply be their own thing. So until I get some kind of confirmation, and even if I do get confirmation, I have to say that the Remake timeline is non-canon, and based on everything I've listed, it would contradict other details established in other Resident Evil media in the canon timeline.
It's finally over.
Don't forget about Chris.
So long. empty and cold as the heat from the blast washed over us. All this death wasn't caused by a monster-making virus.
Monster-making virus. That sounds so silly.
It was greed.
True.
Human greed.
Yeah, humans are worse than BOWs, that's for sure. I already stressed upon that in my Shadows of Rose DLC retrospective.
I decided then and there, the ashes of Raccoon City would be Umbrella's ashes too.
Well, that's gonna be irrelevant.
Once and for all.
Well, yeah, the part where she says she'll end them, that's followed up on in Resident Evil The Umbrella Chronicles, because she infiltrates Umbrella's Caucasus laboratory with Chris Redfield in 2003. And I'm not really sure what the point of this cutscene is. This is supposed to be Jill Valentine, and that's the vaccine sample right there. Like, why did they show this? There's absolutely no point in this particular epilogue. Why do they need that? But yeah, that's Resident Evil 3 Remake. And we don't get any kind of additional content with Resident Evil 3 Remake because of how bad the sales were with this particular game. But still though, this game I like more than Resident Evil 2 Remake and Resident Evil 1 Remake and Resident Evil 4 Remake. Mechanically, it's a lot better than Resident Evil 3 OG. And really, like, the part with the two hunters and playing as Carlos, that's the only bad part, I would say. I mean, there are some other parts that aren't as good, but I don't think they're as bad as that stupid section, because that was the most brain-dead part of Resident Evil 3 Remake by far. I know a lot of people criticize the lack of exploration, because, like, the city of Raccoon City is so simplified compared to how it was in Resident Evil 3 OG with the number of locations you could go to, but that just doesn't bother me at all. You're not going to be thinking about those kind of things when you're going on repeat playthroughs. People might deny that, but they don't have the self-awareness to realize what they're actually thinking in the moment. At no point was I even thinking about the simplified environments and stuff like that. Would it have been cool to explore more of Raccoon City? Yes, it would have, but I also think it's probably just the consequence of circumstances with behind-the-scenes development more than anything else. And also, maybe if there were more areas, it would contribute to bad pacing or stuff like that. I don't know. I just think it's a very subjective thing. There's nothing really objective to take away from the simplification of Raccoon City. It doesn't matter to me. It's the stuff mechanically and also with the story moments and the character moments that matter more to me than that particular design. But yeah, Resident Evil 3 Remake, I would probably give this game, with where I am right now, maybe like... The bosses are really good. Like, the Flamethrower Nemesis is amazing. The second fight with Nemesis is really cool. The third fight with Nemesis is decent, even if the zombies do kind of ruin it, and it's just really dumb that the titular antagonist of Resident Evil 3 needs zombies to support him. But of course, with skillful use of the grenade launcher, you can dispatch the enemies easily. And then you have, like, the third phase with using the acid against him, and that works. And while I didn't get the poor designs I was trying to showcase with the final boss fight of Resident Evil 3 Remake, that was still pretty tense. But I still find it to be the weakest boss of the game. So I would definitely give this game a 7.5 out of 10 or an 8 out of 10. There are certain story aspects that aren't as good as the original version, and there's some confusion with the way certain events play out. But it's a pretty decent remake. I mean, I really don't understand a lot of the flack. I mean, I get on a superficial level why this remake is criticized greatly, but deep down, it's better than you think. Like, Resident Evil 2 Remake just felt like a prototype, almost. Resident Evil 3 Remake feels more like a finished product compared to Resident Evil 2 Remake, I would say. That's really all I have to say, because I've elaborated so much. Like, I've talked more in this one playthrough than I probably have in my Resident Evil 2 Remake playthrough, and in my walkthroughs, just on the story side, character side, and gameplay side. It's insane. Like, I had a lot of fun with this particular playthrough, and I have a much greater appreciation for this remake compared to Resident Evil 4 Remake. Resident Evil 4 Remake really changed my perspective on the remakes. And of course, like, Where the Rook's video on Resident Evil 2 Remake changed my perspective on Resident Evil 2 OG, so like a lot of significant events like that happened that really allowed me to develop the mindset of a true Resident Evil player, and as a true Resident Evil player, I like this game, I really do. And of course, this is not even like a blind playthrough, because obviously a first playthrough, there might be some validity that is applicable in later playthroughs, but you don't really judge these games on the first playthrough because, of course, there are additional parameters and constraints on your mind that are kind of interrupting your ability to take in everything. I mean, there are some points from the first playthrough that are valid. You know, like, I remember some really dumb comment from that reaction video I did to Under the Mayo, and the guy was criticizing my point on, oh, you don't judge everything on a first playthrough. Like, that guy took it so literally, not even thinking of the nuances to that statement. The guy was a fucking retard. Didn't understand what I meant when I said you don't judge everything on the first playthrough. You judge only certain aspects, like, from the first playthrough, but then you have to judge it on repeat playthroughs. Like, you have to use certain aspects from your first playthrough and certain aspects from your repeat playthroughs and put them together to form your critique of a title. That's what I meant, but a lot of idiots just commented on that video and were very toxic. But of course, I think a part of that was just due to the attitude I had when I was reacting to Under the Mayo's videos, and reaction videos are not the way to go when you're criticizing someone else's video. Just don't waste time with that. Just focus more on doing like a retrospective or a review within a more like formal mindset while combining some informal aspects. Just so like it's delivered in a way that feels better than just a live reaction. That's how that's meant to go. But that's all I have to say about Resident Evil 3 Remake. And I know I said many times in the middle of this playthrough that this was Resident Evil 3 Remake, but after doing this playthrough and also doing some subsequent playthroughs after this, I've come to consider this game to be more of a remake than a remilk. And yes, while there may be some parts that are simplified with the story and also with some of the lore files not being as specific as certain files in Resident Evil 3 OG, there are some other details that can be appreciated with Resident Evil 3 Remake. And the amount of intelligence with the way they place the enemies and with the way they encourage you to use your guns intelligently, the way they encourage skillful play, the way a lot of the sections are designed, it's done really well, and I really need to do an updated walkthrough when I get the chance. With all that said, thank you very much for watching, and you take care now.